Good morning, everyone. Walker the Talker back in the box for this morning's big matches here at the Saltire Tour. John McAllister, Scott Gillespie, all set to do battle here. That is the opening frame. Hopefully get the chat function and stuff on the go very shortly. But as for now, it is all go in the venue. John Owen versus Jake Dillinurlove. Jake is already one in front in that match. Lewis McCool against Ryan Martin. Sean Donachie is playing Andrew McPhee. Davy Markey against Mark Boyle. Ryan Davey, Jamie Burnett. Gio Edgar, Ross Fernie. Some absolute mammoth ties this morning in the last 16. And we do have John Owen and Jake Dillinurlove on one of the stream tables along with Gio Edgar and Ross Fernie. Some amazing ties on the go this morning. Gio Edgar's gone one up on Ross Fernie. Good morning, guys. We've now got things sorted where I can see what's happening in here. Well, John's left himself slightly awkward on the last yellow. Good morning, Unsworth. Suzanne, Danielle, good morning. Maybe going to try and get the double into the middle here. He's gone in off. Yeah, it wasn't easy. Landed really awkward. The opening frame. He just wanted to dust himself down. We noticed that yesterday. Doesn't let things get to him too much, so. Feel for the table. Ball's all cleaned, table's all cleaned, everything will be really zippy this morning, so it might take a frame or two for the guys to get used to how the tables are playing again. Maybe not the best first shot. It looks to me like Scott can get through to the one at the top right. And if he can, maybe just working out his pattern here. Yeah, he is on it. And getting himself high side. Seen a lot of the guys do that yesterday, even in matches I was playing in. Trying not to use the cushion as much as possible because they are so slidey when they're new. And if Scott was obviously running off the top cushion there, it may have slid towards the side and given him a totally different angle to where he is now, so he's giving himself a chance here. One slightly awkward ball just below the black. And playing on it right away. And I say awkward. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think anything's awkward here, but out of all balls, that was the one. And it's no longer a problem now, if it ever was one. So looking like Scott will go one up here. A long way to go in this match. If you remember yesterday, anyone that watched, Scott was 4-0 in front of Davy Market and ended up losing that match. I think it was 7-4, maybe 7-5, but he lost that match from 4-0 in front. I think the level that these guys play at, there is no distance that they can't recover, so I'm hoping that this one will go all the way, give us something good to enjoy in the opening match. Some of the scores: Clinton Jansen 2, Robert Stephen 0, Lewis McCool 0, Ryan Martin 1, Sean Donachie and Andrew McPhee still plugging away in the first frame there. Ryan Davey and Jamie Burnett 0-0. John Owen and Jake Dillon. Jake got off to a flyer straight off the bat, but that second frame is a little bit tied up. I can see that from the box, so keep you posted, guys, as the results do come in. That's a pretty good break. The Reds look like every one of them has a pocket here, so again, it'll just be working out the way he's going to take these. In fairness, the yellows aren't terrible either, so obviously the two yellows at the bottom right, slightly awkward. As you can see, the left-hand side one might pass to the top right. There's no doubt Scott's going to take reds here. If he was to make a mistake, there would definitely be a chance for John. Or is he considering the yellows here? Well, maybe the one to the right-hand side actually passes. And if it does, then maybe the yellows are the balls. I actually played Scott last night. Wasn't a great game by any standards by both of us. Scott ended up winning comfortably, but it wasn't one of the matches where you felt like you were blown away. A couple of little flicks and kicks here and there, and if Scott's getting that run, he's tough to play against. And 2 or 3 shots I've played, really good attempts at opening the table up and things like that, and just didn't get the rewards from these shots. And Scott, he went on to win the match, but I did notice that he was taking his time a bit more than I was used to. I've played obviously Scott a couple of times, and seems to be taking a bit more time on his shots these days. Obviously, at these events, the shot clock isn't enforced in the Saltire, so I wonder if that's something that maybe for the main TV table that could be done in future. Clinton Jansen, I can tell he's gone 3 frames in front against Robert Stephen. Good morning, Joe. It would definitely be good to have you back, mate. Even throughout the year, I know the one good thing, I mean, there's loads of good things, but one of the good things about this is if you can't make one of these events, then that allows someone else to step in and come and play. So there's no doubt, and if the opportunity arose before the end of the year, mate, that you could maybe sneak into one of these. Just looking at the lineup, I mean, there was a lot of good players have dropped out, but when you look at the guys that are in the last 16, the 2 guys on the screen right now, you've got Ross Fernie, Jake Dillon Newlove, Mark Boyle, Ryan Davey, Jamie Burnett, Gio Edgar, Ross Fernie, Clinton Jansen. I mean, it is absolutely stacked, these events, and I think Liam Dunster had won 3 of them in a row, so he won't be winning it this time. He's out. Ross Fernie beat him last night. I think it was 7-3. Ross's break was absolutely unbelievable. And unfortunately, that meant the defending champion was put out. Scott did decide to go Reds, deciding to leave the 2 at the top of the table, which I actually thought if he was going to take Reds, he might have took them away first, but it's the old everyone sees it different. He looked for a moment that he was convinced on the yellows, but I think that one to the right hand side of the 2 might just be too tight. Just he's widened the angle just enough, I think, that he can just play a little trace aside, play the red into the bottom side of the pocket. Yeah, he can get high enough. Had to be quite cute there. Overdo it, maybe land snookered in the one to the middle. Yeah, bottom end of the pocket, gets himself up. He's got a shot to play. Does he play it with a trace aside and just drift through the gap? It looks like the red might be tight. Going into the top right hand corner. I think it does go. Yeah, he's looking at kicking into it here. It may be a case of he can't avoid it. Young William Wallace. Or is this old William Wallace? Good morning. I am William Wallace. And I see a whole army of my countrymen. Good morning. He's played it well. Little chase the left hand side. I think the new cloth helped there. He's played it into the cushion. The fact is it's not came away too far, so the pockets still take them. Round 2. The cloth is really slidey. That would have been a tough shot to judge to get right over and have the black into the top right hand corner, so he's going to have to play the double. Big shot early on in this match. Slow rolled it. And he gets it, and it is 2 frames 0 to Scott Gillespie here against John. John will break off, and he knows there's a long way to go in this match, so lots to play for. Ross Fernley, Gio Edgar, 2 frames all. That match looking like that is going to be a cracker. Fernley was flying last night, and we know the way Gio's been in the last maybe 12 to 18 months, so that is on the other stream table as well, guys. So what a match. I think that's going to be an absolute epic. 2 guys that will just go for everything. I think you'll see that here as well. You've seen the way Scott took them out, a bit more methodical. John McAllister to break. He's got one. Might have to play the plant to start it off here. Yellow onto red, opening the reds up. And they're all there. Again, it's just working out his way. Yellow onto red. Making sure he gets the yellow out of the way. I like that. Now you see where John's pointing his cue. I think anywhere there on the left-hand side. Just wants to be slightly high on the red. That'll do. Just giving him an angle so that he can play down. Might decide to play the one closest to the right middle for the bottom. Just a little stun down. He's got some options here. I like that. Nice and simple. Doesn't want to be too greedy, especially the fact that the reds are looking pretty good, so he's overdone that a touch. Slightly bridging here. Tough shot for John. Yeah, it's a fantastic shot, John McAllister. Absolutely brilliant. I do not care who you are. Bridging over any ball full length of the table is not an easy shot to execute. And John rolled it in like it was hanging over the pocket. Fantastic stuff. That'll screw on and off the cushion. And just what the doctor ordered here. John McAllister does break and run out and get one back. But that long red is a highlight moment for me. He took his medicine in the one, running on and off the cushion. And just slightly get into it a bit more than he would have liked. Just went down and rolled it in like it was in the middle of the table. Unbelievable, fantastic stuff, John. And he is back in this match. He's 2-1 down against Scott Gillespie. Robert Stephen gets one back. And he's 3-1 behind against Clinton Jansen. Ross Fernley has gone 3-2 in front against Gio Edgar. Looking like a bit of a dish fest, that one. So Gibbsy to break here. Right down the middle. Guaranteed balls. He's got one. Look at the state of those yellows. So there's no doubt in my mind Scott will be taking the reds here. Not sure the red at the bottom left will pass. Even if it doesn't, the yellows are so awkward here. He's going to have a chance to play a shot or two and either move it or land on it somehow. Yes, Susanne does. I think the red there, the length of the table, bridging over the ball. There's a lot of guys, even still in this building, some of the top guys that would find that really difficult to play. It's a tough shot. And John just didn't look flustered. He's just went down, rolled it in, full length of the table, like it was nothing. Heart of the pocket, didn't touch the sides. Absolutely phenomenal shot. And worthy of winning any frame. That's the kind of shot and finish that's worthy of winning a match. So you expect John to get those finishes. We all do, but when he's landed slightly awkward, took his medicine. Fantastic finish. Good morning, Ross Ewan. Oh, good, mate. Yeah, there's some matches on today, and I think throughout the day we're going to see some phenomenal pools. So looking forward to it. In my little dark corner. Step ladder. Like I mentioned before, Scott taking that bit of time, a little bit more time than probably in the past. Maybe something new he's added to his game. Working out all eventualities at the beginning and then going from there. And Robert Stephen walking past there, speaking to Renzi, and he said his break is absolutely killing him. Renzi said, "What you doing? Is it down the side or is it in the middle?" And he said, down the side and down the middle. And yeah, my break was okay yesterday. In the first match against Steed, I was breaking like a god, and then the next matches I broke okay. I was getting a ball, but for some reason the balls were all landing really awkward and clustered, and I'm not sure if that's what's happening with Robert, but he's 4-1 down against Clint. He's away to splash some water in his face and see how it goes from there. Good morning, Bomber. Do you know what, Ross? I like that. You get a big sign up above this commentary box saying Talkers. And just along the top of the tee, Walkers. Or even just Walker there. I like that, mate. The Talkers corner. That is some setup. Absolutely fantastic. It does make a difference when you've got the setup that Craig has done in here. McGoldrick's is obviously a fantastic venue. It ticks, I think it ticks every box, to be honest. And even in the commentary booth, with everything we've got here, all the screens. We've got 6 TV screens in here. We've got the 3 stream matches on in front of me. We've got all the results popping up. And Sky Sports on in front of me. And then got the live run back on the YouTube channel with all the chat function on the go. It's absolutely incredible. John is back at the table. Like I said, guys, I didn't think that red went. It's turned out to be the case. It's just the question of what John can do here. I think if those 2 reds they look like they're touching each other at the top right. If the one closest to the pocket was out of touch, I think John would have played the plant 2-1, because it looks to me like it would be on. The red is deep in the pocket. But unfortunately, I'm not sure it doesn't. I think it might just be sliding towards the near jaw of the pocket. So I'm sure John has a plan. He's got me wondering now, maybe that shot was on because he's decided to run up. I actually think that shot might have been on. It's tough to tell from the camera angle, but with John playing the pot to the middle, running up, I think he might have been considering it. Top of the morning, Macca. Top of the morning. Mad Maz, the best place to get queue repairs done in the West Coast. I mean, there's a few people that do them. I mean, you could pop into McGoldrick's and see. It depends what you need done. If it's a tip or if it's your ferrule or a joint or whatever it might be. Grant Finnegan at Prestige Queues Scotland. You've got exquisite queues in some of the guys. You've got Richie, I think Richie at Mac Queues does them as well. There's a lot of people that do the repairs, but it really depends what you need done. But myself, any time I need something kind of sorted, it would be Grant Finnegan. I'd be giving a message. So, and John Brownlee as well, a guy I played a lot of pool with. So there is quite a few. It just depends what it is you need done, I think. But to be fair, I think most of the guys can do it all. No chance for 3-1 here. Scott Gillespie. To be fair, John never really had a chance in this frame. Even looking at the yellows right now, it would have taken some major miracle and mistake to even give him a sniff. So I think that's one of the frames in the beginning. After the break, you kind of write it off, and if you somehow manage to get something out of it, then obviously you take it. But I don't think John would be too fussed about that frame there. He was never really in it, never in with a chance. So it's back on his serve here. John's break. It was a big weapon in his last frame. Needs another one here. Oh, wow. What a break as well. What a break. Looking at the table right enough, the balls have came to a standstill. Slightly more awkward than they could have been. So Scott's got his one free shot, one visit, but he's got a shot to play here to open things up. Yeah, looking at trying to open everything up one go here. Has to make sure he pots the yellow. Needs to make sure the reds all come out. So, on this one free shot, it does require a little bit of fortune. But he's got the freedom to play it, knowing that he's still going to be at the table, so he's controlled that so well. Is he on anything? Might have to play the highest red of the three, you see. Well, the four at the bottom, but looks like he needs to cut that back and maybe run towards the black, and then it's not landed as perfect as he would have liked. Yeah, Jimbo, I'm looking forward to it. Lola's pool party. That will be something else. One hell of a show in the world of black ball pool. Looking forward to that one. Scott having to play a bit of a recovery shot. Knocking the plant in. So the Reds all there now for Scott, and a chance to go 4-1 in front. And I have to say, John McAllister really hard done by there. I would have to have a look back at it. I don't think he screwed straight back into the top bag. If he did, then it's a bit of a mistake, but I thought it was one of the ones where they kind of take a second explosion in the middle, and then the second ball kicked it straight back up to the top. But I need to have a look back. Unfortunately, it's given Scott a huge opportunity here to create a bit of daylight. He'll just bring the cue ball back a couple inches. And that'll be the black in the same pocket here. I can't tell you guys, Clinton Jansen is 5-1 in front of Robert Stephen. It's not going well for the home favourite right now. And Gio Edgar, Ross Fernie. What a match that is. 4-3 Ross Fernie right now. John Owen has got one back against Jake Dylan Newlove, so it's 3-1 to Jake in that one. So 4-1 here. John looking for something to pounce on. Needs a mistake from Scott. If Scott has a mistake in him. Well, is that the chance that John has been waiting for? I think the yellows stand out here. It looks to me like the one closest to the left middle will drop. Oh, the balls have broken great here. Nothing really troubled the pocket. I know we've got a couple close to them, but it wasn't like they were all rumbling and trying to go. It's one of the breaks where the ball's open great, but unfortunately, you don't get one. Bridging over the yellow, slightly awkward again. We've seen the way he cued the long red. Very, very comfortable playing those shots. Having a look at that yellow over the middle, but I think he's got a clean route into it. He's just going to work out how he plays to get on the black. So might leave the one over the pocket to last. Looking like he's going to drift this one in. The one at the top. Maybe come down for the one at the right, the bottom right hand side. And it would be a left middle, bottom left corner, and then leave the one at the top to last. Just wants to give himself just a slight angle on the the one to the bottom left, so that he can get out towards the kind of black spot area. He could change his mind here and go left middle, bottom left, and then the one to the bottom right corner and get himself a bit higher on the last ball. I think he's between the two shots here. I don't think either of them is particularly wrong. Just as well, he's not bad at bridging. He's left himself quite awkward here again. But in this case, he just has to drop it in. Keep it quite simple here. And it's definitely worked out better, because he wouldn't want to be in the position he was in there and be playing that last, or second last. I can tell you Ross Fernie's gone 5 frames to 3 in front, and he looks like he's absolutely on fire. And I can also tell you it's Ross to break next. He has caught that so thin there. I don't know if he's had a slight roll off. Now, I think he's okay. I think he can go at least cushion first if he can't pot it clean. He's knocked it in a lot thinner than he would have liked. I think he's okay. It was a difficult shot. It was hard to control. When it slides off the cushion, you really don't have much control of the shot. It's just sometimes in the hands of the gods. And he does get them. And it's 4 frames to 2. A bit frustrated, John, there. The fact that he's kind of ran out of position a touch. And it's just the one at the bottom right. He's just lost the cue ball slightly. As I say, don't know if he's maybe taking his eyes off it to watch where the cue ball's going to go, but he's ended up okay and finishing it anyway. It's just that one slack shot. You take the positives, John boy. You've got the finish. Yeah, I'll still be doing my day job at Laura's Pool Party. I will be doing the commentary stuff and doing whatever it is that Mark needs me to do. But 90% of the time I'll be doing the commentary, and then when my number gets called, I will head to the table and hopefully head towards a 25 grand first prize. But I'm hoping I'm hoping an underdog wins. I know Craig Marsh, who I absolutely love Marshy to bits, took home the big prize last year. I would like to see an underdog get something this year. And I think that's the beauty of the competition, that it is a one-frame setup. And, of course, we've ended up with, I think it was Lee Shepherd, Craig Marsh at the tail end, 2 IPA professionals. But there is an opportunity, if you can take it, for your average player that they can break and dish, take a finish, whatever it is. And to be fair, you can run in off on the black and all of a sudden you've gifted someone a massive prize in the world of pool. So, yep, looking forward to it. What a last 16 we've got here. Bottom end of the draw. I was just having a look at it there. Scott Gillespie, John McAllister, Clinton Hansen, Robert Stephen, Davy Markey, Mark Boyle, Gio Edgar, Ross Fernie. That's the bottom 8. Absolutely incredible. It is in the same venue this year, guys. So it will be in the Hamilton Town Hall. But all the information is on the on the Facebook page for anyone that's looking for it. Belhaven Brewery Saltire Series Event 2. We're in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar on the outskirts of Glasgow. Rutherglen was at one point in time part of Glasgow. I don't understand how all that works, where there's about 3 or 4 areas, maybe even more, that were all in Glasgow at one point in time and now they're not. I don't know if someone somewhere gets wages for creating a new borough, or I don't know. I don't know how it works, but Rutherglen at one point was in Glasgow. It's now right on the edge. It's his own little town now, and it is the home of McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. We do play the Saltire events between the Players Bar, the Players Lounge, or the Players Sports Bar in Falkirk. That's Santa's place, and a brilliant place as well. A few extra tables in there. He's got a new darts set up. It's looking cracking. And he's got a bit of the Luke Littler effect. I think most of the young team all head in and hit the dartboard. Play darts all day. Yeah, McGoldrick's players to premier venues in Scotland. That's brought to you today, RJM Sports, Coors Light. Onboard Sportswear, we are live on Scottish Cuesports streaming. Oh, wow. Scott Gillespie, wow. Ross Fernie, guys, 6-3 in front now against Gio Edgar, 1 away. Robert Stevens managed to get a couple back. He was 6-1 down. It's now 6-3. It really is all go on the outside tables. Young Ryan Martin. Ryan beat me yesterday. It was a bit of a strange match. A couple of kicks and flicks that didn't go my way, and Ryan got a couple, but neither here nor there. He's such a talented kid. He's top 16 in Scotland, and he's got a massive future in the game. He is 4-2 in front against Lewis McCool. There's some big scores on the doors right now. Not easy here for John, but 100% while he was sitting in his chair. He would have been delighted to be given the opportunity just to get back to the table. So the yellow closest to the black looks really awkward to me. Saying that, I was only looking at it towards the middle there. It goes in the top. So I think he could play the 2-1, which looks to me pretty straightforward. The tables are so quick and the new balls make them so easy. So I think he'll just run that in. And then maybe the yellow to the top. So it's maybe the one I'm looking at towards the middle of the table. I think that's the ball for me. I don't think there's an obvious connector to get onto it, so that's what John's having a look at right now. See how he's obviously got a plan. Yeah, listen, McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar the food is absolutely first class, and I think that's one of the big selling points is the food is so reasonably priced as well. You actually find the locals all week, You come in here and the full place is absolutely packed with people in just having something to eat. So yeah, it ticks all the boxes. I think John's okay here. I think now we can take that in the top left, then play the 2-1, just a little jab through it. And then he's got the yellow to the top right, so I think he's okay here. Let's take the yellow to the top left, bring the cue ball back a few inches. And a nice 2-1. Just screw through the gap. Take the. I mean, it's. I'm making it sound like they're all hanging over the pockets here, but he's playing it in to the left middle off the red. Maybe it didn't go in the top. So I think John would have played it in the top if it did. Looking at it back on the screen, and it looks like it did, because he was coming back to play the same shot as I suggested next. He was going to run the yellow in, the 2-1, and then take the yellow to the top right. So he was going to play more or less what I was suggesting, but it either didn't go in the top left or John just didn't fancy it to get the right angle that he wanted. That's a very tough question. Golfing around, would you take a split? I think one of the big things that Mark spoke about is he's hoping that someone goes home with a big prize where it changes someone's life, if you know what I mean. And I know a small amount of money can change a lot of people's lives. So I don't know. I think it's a tough question, because a lot of guys that are there are representing certain areas and certain things, but you never know what's going to happen behind the scenes. That could be kept really quiet, and you never know. I guess time will tell if I get that far. Yeah, Gordon, somebody's getting paid somewhere when things like that happen. I've always found it strange how areas can change so much and borders get moved, and you think, why? It doesn't make sense to me. But as I say, Rutherglen really is just a part of Glasgow. The people are the same. People in Rutherglen have grown up, obviously. It's like the East End, where I'm from myself, the Easterhouse area, Rutherglen area, they're all very similar. It's just, for some reason, the borders move. And Rutherglen is the home of McGoldrick's. If you've not been, I would advise anyone to pop in if you get the chance. It is a fantastic place to play pool. You've got American pool, you've got snooker, darts. It really is a bit of everything in here, and the food is absolutely fantastic. Not to mention the staff, very friendly and accommodating. Scott about to go 5-2 in front here. And it is 5-2, and I can confirm that Ross Fernie is in the quarterfinals. He has beaten Gio Edgar by 7 frames to 3. And as I say, he is looking like a man possessed. He was on fire yesterday, feeling great. His break's been working for him. And he's came in this morning, and it looks like he started where he left off last night. So Scott Gillespie to break. Frame number 8. He's got one. Yeah, nothing sticks out here. The yellow at the bottom right. It's going to be slightly awkward, so I don't know. I think the yellow closest to the red at the left-hand side possibly goes into the left middle. So you might have a double on the yellow at the right-hand side. It's just he's got work to do. That's the take from this. And Clint Jansen, I can confirm, has got over the line against Robert Stevens, so he is another one of our quarter-finalists. That match finishing 7 frames to 3 in Clint's favour. Young Ryan Martin 5-2 in front of Lewis McCool. Got to hand it to the kid. He's doing the right things. Sean Donicky, another home favourite. He's 3 frames all against Andrew McPhee. He's managed to get that ball out. A very good shot, Scott. Controlled it well. And like I mentioned, the one closest to the red, towards the left middle, if that goes, which I think it does, and this is a big chance for Scott to get himself on the hill. I'm going to try and slide off the red here. And he has done, and he's played it well. Just has to play the gap. It's not a huge window. He's just not played it the way he would like. And do you know what, guys? I mentioned earlier about it being quite slidey, the cushions and the way the balls move. Scott's obviously tried to play through the gap between the red and the black. I think if he really wanted, he could have pushed to the right-hand side and made it a bit more awkward for himself, but he would have had a chance. But instead, he's tried to find that gap, and he's not managed to get the gap, and all of a sudden, I don't think he's got a shot here. I don't think he's got anything on, so is this the moment that the match might turn for John McAllister? Or can Scott Gillespie pull off a worldie? You never know. As he drifted it past. Oh, wow. It always looked tight. It always looked tight. But he nearly dropped it. He nearly got it. But again, John back at the table. Exactly where he wants to be. Things are definitely not easy from the position he's in. But the alternative was Scott Gillespie going 6-2 up there, so you have to take the positives. couple of inches further there. And John would have had a chance to kick into that yellow. He's still going to want to get his cue ball as good as he can to try and play that kick. Oh, he's tried it right now. Oh, wow. Oh, I mean, if he just misses the red there, just misses it by a smidgen, he would have flicked the yellow and he would have knocked the yellow in and he would have had the chance to finish this. Well, he's going to have another pop at it. Yeah, not from there. Who knows, Jimbo? Who knows? In any walk of life, you can't take things for granted. You have to go and do the job in hand. And last year, we were really unfortunate, to say the least. A couple of teams that could barely hold a cue played on the night, like they had Mick Hill and Tom Cousins and Mark Boyle and Liam Dunster, and it was just absolutely incredible. And no disrespect to these guys, but some of the finishes they were taking and some of the stuff they were doing, they just, yeah, it was the blind squirrel finding the nut material, and that's just the way it goes. That's the wonderful game of pool. That's why we love it so much, and at times hate it. It doesn't always go to plan. And right now for John, I think he'd be the first to say this is not going to plan. I have to be honest, I'm struggling here to see what he plays. I mean, he could decide to just pop the red over the top right hand corner. And just touch. It's not a bad shot. It's definitely not a bad shot. And it asks the question of Scott here, because Scott can't pot this yellow without playing some kind of mad double, even a treble, and he would be dicing with an off. So I think all Scott can do here is just bounce this yellow out. John maybe has to slide off the red he's closest to it and just bring the cue ball back towards it, but Scott would still be on the yellow to the right hand side. That's what John's looking at, but I'm not really seeing too much standing out here in the aggressive nature that John can play. Is he going to go across the table and just touch that red again? I think if he could put it right on top of the yellow, he would be quite happy with that, but definitely not easy. Not easy from there. That distance makes it so hard. But I got to say, he's under a bit of pressure here. Needs to move. Yeah, it's just about got there. Scott might decide to play the exact same shot as he did before and just slightly touch the yellow. I'm just wondering, is there any joy and bringing it towards the middle of the table. But then the problem is, John could maybe get him in a decent snooker. Yeah, it's a pretty good shot. It makes that yellow more potable. It's in a position now where it's quite dangerous, so John has a lot to think about here. And unfortunately, the attempt to touch the ball over the top pocket hasn't worked out. Scott can just play out off the red, as he does. And it's going to be Scott who gets to the hill here. 6 frames to 2. And this match could be heading towards its climax. It just depends on what happens here. It's John to break. Still a lot to play for. But it's a long, long way back now. The writing on the wall. So from the break, John has gone in off. And a chance for Scott to now put the final nail in the coffin and get this match done. We're just getting that yellow out of the way so he can play on the, I'm assuming the red to the left middle. Yeah, looking at the plan. I don't know if he'll play it right now. I think he's maybe just looking to see. I think he's probably better taking the one to the top left and then just dropping the... He can just drop the hanger in because he can play the red to the left middle as well, so... It's definitely... I think he's spoilt for choice here, to be fair. I think he's got so many options. I'm struggling to see where he can go wrong. Yeah, Suzanne, I mean, you know yourself, being around the game for so long at any level, these days the break is absolutely huge, and to go in off, not once but twice. I think it's twice. So someone might correct me and tell me it's 3, but I know he screwed into the top left. Or I think he actually got double kicked and then straight in. And then, once again, in such a pivotal frame, he's gone in off again. So it is unfortunate. And especially when you're playing against someone of Scott's calibre, it kind of makes it a bit worse because Chris Slack was in here yesterday and talking about the way Scott kind of pounces. He becomes quite animalistic. He becomes like a predator. He just jumps right on you, and he doesn't give you a second chance. And as you say, the break is absolutely monstrous at this level. And it's gone against John here, most definitely. And Scott's been quite ruthless. Maybe see if we can get Scott in for a moment after his match. Suzanne, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And congratulations, Scott Gillespie. You are into the quarterfinals. I have to say, definitely not the kind of match John would have been hoping for. He's a very fluid player, likes to get down and kind of just knock balls in. It's his biggest strength, as you've seen with the red he took when he was bridging over the ball. Just one of the days where the break is absolutely huge. And in this occasion, it's went against John, and Scott Gillespie, as ruthless as ever, just pouncing on any mistake and playing some great stuff. And I'm not sure Scott missed many pots, if any, so it's just one of the games. Unlucky John, and congratulations, Scott Gillespie. Well, guys, I did manage to go and get Scott there. Just push it up, mate. You look quite ruthless there. John, obviously, a couple of dodgy breaks and a couple of mistakes, but Slack was in here yesterday and he says when you see players maybe getting the wee things that go against them, you're like a predator ready to pounce. You look that way there.
Aye, see, to be honest, I've played really some unbelievable stuff all weekend. It took a good performance for Big Davy Mark in the first round to beat me. Missed the odd shot against Davy. Same there against John. I missed one shot. I had to drop it in a wee bit aside, and I was lazy with the positional play. I should have been closer than what I was, and didn't have to play the shot I needed to. And I'm not a fan of playing my side. I've always struggled with it, but I've got better over the years. But sometimes when, especially on these cloths, it's like they throw a wee bit different, they take a wee bit different, you know what I mean?
Right,
and I'm still not 100% with them. But I'm getting there. And no, listen, I played well there, and he let me off the hook a wee bit because I played a poor positional shot at 5-2. I stuck myself behind the black.
Yep.
And fortunately, I managed to get the bag, and it kept me kind of in control of the frame. Because 5-3 and 6-2, it's like John's got a wee bit of breathing space still. I'm not on the hull, as they call it. But no, listen, I'm feeling good. I'm playing good. I'm breaking well, which obviously, as you know, is the main thing. See, if you're breaking well, you know you're in with a chance to win the tournament. So you just need to hope that continues. And John missed a couple, but listen, see if you get people under pressure and stuff. People always can say what they want and stuff, but if you get people under pressure, you ask them the question, and sometimes they might throw in a miss or and stuff like that. But I'm just plodding along, Stevie. You know what I mean?
See that shot you're talking about there? Were you playing to go through the gap between the red and the black, or were you coming right hand side?
Yep.
You've obviously just ended up behind the black, but it throws off the cushion. And I says that on comms. I went, it might look a straightforward shot, but the way it slides, sometimes you've no control over where it goes.
The shot before it, I've come down probably a ball too far.
Flicked off the red on the way down.
I knew I was coming off it, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to stick to the cushion, so I was probably put a ball too hard, and it would have then just been a natural angle. And this is the things, still wee shots like can still catch me out.
Aye.
I'm still just assuming that's going to go up the line, see the straight line that comes down the triangle. I thought I was going up that line, and it's just always through a wee bit, because always the tables are new, but see if these tables have been bedded in for a few weeks. I think that goes up straighter.
It does.
So I'm still learning a wee tad, even though I've played the game for a lot of years, but it's just wee shots that what I've been used to in the last 3-4 years is kind of acting a wee bit different.
There was a shot you played really early in the match, and you had a red at the top cushion, and you went high side to then just play one cushion and out. And I actually said, I think Scott's played high side of that so that it doesn't have to slide off that top cushion in case, because if you landed short, you would have been chasing a cue ball.
Even at that, Steve, I know the one you're talking about, because I've rolled through to go onto the top dike. Instead of just stunning the ball and playing it off the one cushion. The way I looked at it is, and even when I played snooker back in the day, see when you've got a half ball black, I would have rather run round the two angles and just come off one cushion.
Right.
Because I like to punch through the ball. I know I didn't punch through the ball, but it then just became a natural angle.
Exactly.
You just have to pot the ball, and the speed was there. Whereas coming off one cushion, I'm not a fan of that shot, so that's just preference.
But it's probably very similar to the shot you've ended up. Obviously, it's a bit different in the distance, but I did say that at the start. I think, especially when these cloths are new, it's such a hard shot, and to a lot of people watching, they maybe think, you just need to run off a cushion. That's straightforward, but it's no.
And the harder you hit it, it slides in as in bananas a wee bit. You know what I mean? So it's listen. People say that it looks easy in the TVs. You know, Stevie, you've done a lot of commentating. I've done a bit of commentating and watched a lot of stuff as well. And listen, until you're out there, it's tough. But what I will say is Susan Randall, that one was for you.
She's been on here. There was one of them. I think she said she was going to give you a slap at one point. Tell Scott I'm going to slap the head off him.
See, I get away with a lot of things with Susan because she doesn't understand what I'm saying.
The subtitles, we'll get them on from your new groupie. That's good.
No, you can't. Listen, I got on with a lot of people, and I know obviously Suzanne, John obviously goes with Suzanne's daughter and stuff, but listen, it's just a game at the end of the day, and everybody's still friends. No, that's it. It is just a game, and mate, you're in the quarterfinals. Did you come into this with any expectations? I know that sounds mad because you're a serial winner, but are you at a stage where it's let's turn up and see what happens, or are you coming in with that still that single-minded, no, I'm coming here to win? No, listen, see the minute I don't think I'm coming to a tournament to win, I'll stop playing the games. Stevie, I mean, it's always the same. Like, when you want to go deep and stuff, but going deep, I mean, first round or semi-finals, like, it's the same to me. Like, I want to be getting to the finals good. Like, even if you get beat, fair enough, but at least you've gave yourself that chance. My dad always said to me, the two hardest rounds are the first round because you want to get by it and get into the tournament, and the semi-final because you want to get into the final. So I'm always looking at winning events. Always, like, I mean, I'm getting on in years and always like the titles and listen, I regard the Saltires as kind of nearly a major now because the standard in the field's incredible. I mean, I've played all exceptional players bar one guy. I'll not mention who it was. He's actually talking to me now, but no, listen, I've played exceptional players all the way through it, and very rarely you'll get an easy draw, as you say, but I'm always looking into tournaments to win them. I
says that yesterday about there's a lot of new faces in these. There was, I think, the boy Kevin Adair that beat Morgan, and there's loads of guys that maybe some of the people watching will not realise now that some of them can play, and as you say, to get to the tail end, looking at the draw, most of the faces and names are the recognised ones there, but there's been the odd few thrown in, and obviously if you get the right draw, but to win one of these, it takes a bit.
Listen, even, and it's going to sound stupid, but making the Sundays a good result.
That's true.
Like, because there was I think twice last year I didn't make the Sunday. Boyle didn't make the Sunday, the last event. Listen, it's tough, you know what I mean, and I like the way they do it now, because always if you come back on the Sunday you're on to money. Whereas they used to do the last 32 from the Sunday onwards, which you didn't get money, so it was an extra day for people. But no, making the Sunday is definitely an achievement, you know what I mean.
I played Steed yesterday, young Ryan Martin who's flying, and yourself. I think that's just expect. Somebody said to me, you're hoping for a good draw, and I'm thinking, at these events, the players that's in, he's right, there might be the odd player that you go, right, that's a decent, but on the whole, you're going to play really good players, no matter what stage it's in this tournament. I think that's what makes, you called it a major, I think it's up there.
Yeah, you could probably play 100 of these events until you got a favourable draw, but you're still going to have like a tough player and then a really good player to still play, because you need to always win 2 of your 3 matches. But listen, it's definitely up there with one of the, and fair play to Paul and Santa, like to get the guys attending that they have, it only shows you how much these guys appreciate the tables are playing on, the conditions are playing in. So fair play to Santa and Paul.
Well, hopefully, Scott, you do go deep, and we might get to see you do the dances. Suzanne's asking here; she's going to be supporting you for now.
Yeah, that dance isn't coming out again.
That's been locked away until he wins some other crazy Scottish. I don't know what was it. I mean,
that was over at the over at the World's. Listen, I was just kind of, you know what it's like.
That's emotion, isn't it? Raw
it's
emotion.
Heat of the moment, and always like people regard me as like a top player and stuff. Right, I just play pool and that's it. Everybody can think what they want to players, but always I'll be reading stuff. You know, like I know. You don't see a lot of top players doing that. Like, but see, when I play for my country, the emotions there, I love it.
100%.
I mean, I do. And a lot of people say like, "Oh, going to represent your country doesn't mean nothing." But for me, it does, and I love it, and I'll always do it until maybe circumstances change or whatever. But listen, that's when I know I'm getting old, because I think I actually done my hamstring. I've not done that dance, so that's not going back out.
Well, congratulations, mate. You're in the quarters, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Scotty White.
Cheers.
And guys, we will be back with the next match on the main TV table. I'm not sure who it is, but cheers everybody for tuning in, and we'll be back very, very soon. So, guys, we are back live at the Saltire Series Event 2. Belhaven Brewery has brought us here, and for this quarter-final tie, the main man himself next to me, Alan Reynolds.
Yeah, interesting. Watching all the games there, Stevie. Very, very high class of matches. And all the guys that lost all came over to me, which I think they were complaining about.
Right.
What do you think? What do you think? It cost me. That cost me. That cost me.
Do you know, normally I would say things like the bounces off the cushion or all these things, but I'm thinking the break.
100% correct.
Because the balls are so good, the cloth's so good, the conditions are amazing. So, yeah, it had to be.
This weekend has been a who's broke best exercise, to be honest with you, so far anyway. And that just tells you how high the standard is.
Well, there, my match against Steed yesterday, I actually mentioned that yesterday my break was unreal. It was really good. I've had numerous dishes in the match. Neither here nor there. I was obviously playing quite well, but in my other matches I was getting balls, but I wasn't getting good chances. And it just shows you, even getting a ball, getting the chance that comes with that break, it's massive.
And just as we speak, I think that's about the first ball I've seen Ross Fernley miss.
I was going to say, yeah, he's been on the other stream there while I was watching, obviously, the main table, and he looked like a man possessed.
Maybe that's the pressure of who he's playing.
Yeah. I mean, he was playing Gio.
I mean,
and Gio doesn't miss much,
yeah.
but as you say, Mark Boyle comes with a different aura to most players.
And this is... so, I know Mark's not been playing a lot, okay?
Yeah.
His stream game yesterday, which I commentated on, it was such an un-Mark Boyle-like performance. So he's had to come through the hard way after that defeat yesterday. And he's just took apart Davy Markey there, who is in fine form at the moment. So he must be hitting a good ball now. Just as I say that, as commentators curse, isn't it? So a nervy start to this one. Right, so then Alf saying about the bullet tips, I believe they're the new wave thing for breaking, Steve. I don't know if you've encountered them or you've seen them yet.
So,
I think that's the clear kind of ones.
I think, I mean, as if I remember correctly on that front, I'm sure it was it's the boy that does the resin cues and stuff like that. I can't believe I forgot his name, but Craigie Martin's got a cue made off him, and I was considering myself, and he's multicoloured. I wasn't sure if he was using some kind of perspex and going for all these, but apparently they're very, very good. I've never used one. I'm kind of drifting away from the kind of hard type break tip gimmick, because I don't feel you've got the same control of the cue ball on the break. That's just me. Everybody's different. So I've not used them. I don't know much about them.
Yeah. So another miss. So this has been an nervy first one. Ross Fernley first bite, missed. Mark, second bite, missed. Ross Fernley's missed again. Mark will not want to be missing this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strange first frame, this. Two guys that generally don't miss have had a couple of misses.
Mark will be wanting to capitalise now. We want to get a good start in this one, because, as I say, I've been watching Fernley all weekend, and he's, in my opinion, he's looked the best. He's looked the best player on show, and this is a stacked field, so that's quite something to say that. So I think you could answer that one probably better than me, Stevie, because all I've been doing, Nathan obviously is a really good player.
Willard, yep.
Yeah. But Nathan was playing in the tournament yesterday. He was telling us about all his dishes there, him and Rooney, and most of them being reverse dishes. So yeah, it really is. The conditions have been utterly fantastic this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the balls are breaking great. I mean, even 2 minutes ago we seen there, in the break-off shot, the ball's open well. there can't be any complaints there. It's just, are you getting the opportunity to go and take the finish, or are you giving your opponent one? And there was a couple of moments in the previous match with Scott Gillespie and John McAllister, that was the case as well, where the balls were opening, but there was maybe slightly awkwardness and a wee bit of work to do. But yeah, I mean, I think the balls are opening good, the tables are playing fantastic, and it's just, you're just hoping that the break works for you rather than against you.
I agree. Mark's got to mind his work a wee bit here. He's got to not leave the last yellow up the cushion straight. So I wonder, he's played that nice. Do you think he'll come into the red, Stevie? And then, or do you think he'll just float forward?
You see there, yeah. He's going to want to get his full cue through here, so yeah, he can get on it. Yeah, the Kev Wheeler bullet tip, it is, obviously makes them in all different colours, and I think it is the acrylic. I mean, I'm saying perspex, that's what they look like, but apparently they're very good. I'm just drifting away from the really hard one, and hopefully it makes a difference, because I just don't feel like I've got the control on the cue ball, to be honest. Oh, Mark.
He's missed that with a considerable back. This has been, and he's an off into the bargain. Very, very interesting, nervy first frame of a highly anticipated match, to be honest. And
this, I'm looking at what Ross is looking at here. We were speaking last night. This is actually mad. So we're standing basically just inside table one, Renzi, and he says to me, it was one of the frames. He was watching someone play yesterday, and someone basically killed the opponent's ball with their first shot of the two. And Ross said to them, why are you even thinking about that? Just go down and finish it. And he says, so we're talking, Lewis was there as well, and we said, well, sometimes it's, if you've got the free shot and they're all there, you might as well use it. And he's like, I never think like that. And right now, he's just played exactly what he said yesterday.
That he never thinks about.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes it's good to talk.
Mad, isn't it? Absolutely. Just when I was watching him line that up there, it's basically before we left last night, we're having that conversation.
I mean, see if I was like managing Ross, or like if he was playing with an international team or something like that, and he would have bent down and played all those reds without the insurance policy of the yellow and without using his free shot for his benefit, I'd have went off my head.
Yep.
And says, well done for winning the frame. Now, that's what you should, should have done, sort of thing. And I know as a manager, you'll understand that frustration. It's better when they win to be able to. But that was exactly the right thing to do.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know if that's just a bit of bravado way I'm saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously, the instance he was talking about, I don't know, I didn't see it, but he was talking about whoever else was playing in one of their matches, and he said, he's like, and I understand there was a moment in here where someone went for a finish and it wasn't maybe 100%, and he said, listen, I would rather go for it and go out on my sword than play some kind of safety and lose the match.
I mean, that's fair enough.
And that's his way. So, but last night when he said, I was just mad, it just came to me, and it was so late last night, so early in the day, that Ross has played the shot that he says he doesn't really ever think about. Maybe that was the obvious shot there, and I think it was, but
it's absolutely fair enough. As I say, people are different with the percentages as well. Like the guy you just had in there that won the last match against John, Gibbsy, right? And then you get like somebody equally as good as Gibbsy, like Liam, and they play the game slightly differently, because Gibbsy doesn't want to let somebody back to the table, whereas Liam's more a percentage guy. He'll think, no, I will let the guy back to the table, because then when I do come back the next time, it won't be as difficult a finish as it is just now. So it's very interesting, the game, it really is.
I suppose you can look at it in the sense of some players will play chess and others will play checkers or drafts, whatever you call it. And
or just play chess aggressively.
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
Instead of defensively. You know, it's like it's mad. So that was one that they'll both want to forget, but it's one that Ross Fairn will be absolutely over the moon with.
Yeah, two of the best cueists in the game, and some of the most uncharacteristic mistakes I think we'll probably see all day.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the final mark setting the balls up. It's Sean Donachie, Andy McPhee, 5-all. And we have Ryan Davey, Jamie Burnett, 4-all. And I know that once those matches are finished, obviously they play each other. And they'll be staying up at table number 7 up there because the Tartan Army are coming in because they're playing against Greece tonight. So that's what they get for being slow up there. They're going to be staying up there while all the action's going on the stream tables that you can watch all the games.
And Mark is broken dry. And it's one of them where the balls have kind of split into two kind of sections. And obviously you've got the yellow at the top left, but this is the kind of split.
What's your preference here, Stevie?
Do you know what? As I'm looking here, I'm thinking both of them are pretty
Absolutely
good.
agree.
I think it's...
There's one just outweighs the other for me.
I'm probably going Reds.
Aye, I think you're right.
I'm probably going Reds, and it's just because the fact that, as I mentioned, that yellow at the top, getting from top to bottom and avoiding everything and landing, I think the Reds are more kind of straightforward.
Also, he's connecting to the difficult one right away.
Yep.
Instantly. There you go. That's what you would... Oh, well, that's what you consider the most difficult red, so aye.
Most definitely.
And just one wee positional shot, to be honest with you. He needs to get good on this one, probably to the left middle. And if he gets on that, it's like... it's 2-0, to be honest.
Yeah, as we just mentioned there, I don't think it'll be a match littered with mistakes.
Cue ball's really good.
Fantastic. This was Fairney yesterday, and this was him this morning. That first frame there, as you say, maybe it's the main table, it's the Mark Boyle effect.
Yeah.
It's that's just the way it is. But I think when Fairney settles, I think he's as good as anybody.
I was watching
so
him yesterday, and I thought he had like a Dunster style cue ball. You know,
so
honestly,
precise.
so precise. And maybe that's as a consequence of I'm playing this way. That's maybe how he's missed a longer pot in the first frame, which is usually like meat and drink to him.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking like maybe that first frame was just a bit of a blip. And I suppose if you're going to have one, it might as well be at the start. He's got such a pure cue action, Ross. Obviously, he's got a bit of a snooker background when he was younger as well, and I just think he's a joy to watch when he's in full flow, like most of these guys are. But he's got a bit of flair.
He's got everything. Because he's also a character.
Yeah,
as we know, you know. So you never want to not see Ross Fairney do well, do you?
No, that's it. He's one of the best guys in the business, isn't he? He's just an absolute diamond, happy-go-lucky, and there's probably a wee period there where he wasn't quite himself. And I think, listen, moving, people, it's only just down the road, moving away from home and your home comforts and the people that it's not for everybody. I've worked abroad, I've lived abroad for long periods of time, and it's not for everybody. Some people can... Ross just didn't look himself, and
he loves his friends and
that's
all that.
it. He's
Ross still goes and passionately plays little league pool with his teammates and has a drink with him, and you know he just enjoys himself, which is not a problem with.
He was quite considerably known as the Riot for quite a while.
It's also some nickname, isn't it?
But I don't think he's too keen on it these days. I think he's trying to kind of swing away from the old.
If he's not too keen on that nickname, we call him it all the more then, don't we?
Exactly. And the thing is, I was told a long time ago, you don't get to choose your nickname.
No.
It just seems to end up your nickname, and that's it. And whoever called him it, knowing Ross as long as we have, he was a bit of a riot.
Very appropriate, I would say. So a wee bit of work to be done. This isn't as easy as the last one was, the dry break for Mark. But I'll tell you what, I think he can come into these bad two instantly. If where they split out to, who knows, Stevie, who knows? He can't really control this, but...
Do you play this nice and easy?
I think he'll screw into them. I think he'll screw into them and hope to get on one of them. He's going to be on the ball up the rail at all costs. He's played it brilliantly. brilliant.
That is a fantastic shot.
That's what I'm talking about. He's got the control this weekend has been sublime.
Absolutely fantastic, because as I was saying to you there, do you zip into it? To control it the way he's, I mean, I know sometimes it's in the hands of the gods, but he's took that element out by playing it the way he did.
Yeah, absolutely. No. We went on that one up the rail probably after these two down here. So he's played across, he's perfect. Wow. He's enjoying his sell, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's looking. I used the words that against Gio, because as I say, in this booth we get to see the other tables, and he looked like a man possessed. That was the words I used. And if he goes and runs these in, look, he's going to take some stopping.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark will be sat there in the seat knowing what he's up against as well. He's played that perfect again. He just looks as if he's thoroughly enjoying the tables. And he's got the touchdown to a fine art. So while Ross is going about this, Andy McPhee's on the hill. He's 6-5 up on Sean Donachie. Jamie Burnett was 5-4 against Ryan Davies. Now 5-all, so that's a tight affair over there.
Yeah, a couple of marathon matches.
The early running, Scott Gillespie's 2-1 up in Clintley Anson. And we have the Butcher, Jake Dillon Newlove, who is on a finish. Who's Jake playing? Oh, there we have it there. Oh, Jake's playing. Young Ryan Martin, who just defeated the informed Lewis McGill. And Ross has played that pretty good as well. So he just wants to play this top one and avoid hitting the red, but not come in the gap of the two yellows. So this is an intricate little one.
Well, the shot that Ross has played prior to it, he's not got it perfect, Renzi. It's kind of kicked out for the cushion, but it's the new balls, the new cloth. He can play those shots. You can probably ask Ross after it, and he might say, well, I was playing it in such a way, known, so that I could get the cue ball further off the cushion, because he played it really confidently. You just get a bit more than he bargained for.
Look at his cue ball, Stephen.
Fantastic. Absolutely sublime.
Had a wee bit of side kicked in there. I hope he's looking at it now. Look, he's having another look at that wee bit of side. Does he have to bend this round a wee bit? Nah, it looks okay.
I think he's just about okay.
Yeah, as you say, there you go. So it just shows you the wee bit of side that he had on the last one, right? Maybe try to be too perfect.
Yeah, exactly. But he's looking good here.
Simon, aye, they're a bit of your hands, Phil, Simon. Aye.
They led you astray. I mean, I think the two of them are that likeable. It's dead easy to go, right? Let's all charge together.
Jamie Craig, afternoon. Hope you're well, my friend. So the scores in the doors, Jake Dillon Newell have 1, Ryan Martin 0. Scott Gillespie's 2-1 up in Clint. The Fern Dogs went 3-0 up on Market, and it's 6-5 Andy McPhee. And Ryan Davey, Jamie Burnett 5-all. And it just went 2-0 Jake Dillon Newell.
I have to say, I'm in total agreement with everybody watching here. Ross Fernie, he's not only on fire, he is looking absolutely ruthless here. Ruthless. And you used the word enjoying it. If you're enjoying what you're doing, the game becomes a bit easier. And all of a sudden, it doesn't really matter who you're playing. Mark Boyle is right up against it here.
I tell you what, I thought he was going to be dry there until that last red went into the middle. Have you ever seen an explosion like that for the side break?
The balls were flying everywhere, and see, it was one of them. I'm going, has anything dropped? They were just going unbelievable. And as you say, it's like the last ball moving kind of thing.
So Mark needs to get these yellows. He just does.
Has to play this and slide it off the cushion here, I think. He's played the plant.
Played the plant. He's in good shape now. This should be 3-1. Oh, I think Andy McPhee.
Yeah, he's 175.
So Andy McPhee is now awaiting Jamie Burnett and Ryan Davey.
So Mr. Magic, Mark Boyle. Renzi's just popped out for a wee second, guys. He's got to go and deal with the balls on the tables as the players come off, as we will be cutting down to obviously just the 4 tables, the 3 main TV tables and table 7. And table 7 is where Ryan Davey and Jamie Burnett are playing out a marathon tie right now. It is 5 frames apiece in that match, as Mr. Magic himself with a monster break, balls scattering and exploding all over the table there. And the red going into the left middle, giving the opportunity to Mark to get one on the board here against a rampant Ross Fernie. And it is 3 frames to 1. Ross to break. And if Mark can keep that break going and Ross keep the level that he's playing at going, this could be some match all the way to the very end. But what a breaking dish from Mark Boyle. Unbelievable break. Unbelievable finish. But it's Fernie to break off now. Can he get back to that 3-frame advantage? Time will tell as Ryan Davey goes 6-5 up on Jamie Burnett. Well, I think this is dry. It is dry. A couple of balls going close to the left middle, but not enough for anything to drop.
This isn't easy though, Stevie. And this is what I like about Mark, to be honest with you. I don't think Mark will push the boat out here. But I've been wrong in the past, let's see. I think Mark will duck safe.
Do you know one of the things I've noticed, and this is probably a good question for you? I've been doing the comms now at the IPA and that for quite a while, and I mean the amount of matches that I've had the luxury of watching on and doing on the main TV table, it's very rare, and I mean so rare, and it could be down to the shot clock. That's what I'm going to ask you. It's very rare you see, and even in a situation like this, most of the players, whether it's Sandy Crosdale, Gareth Hibbett, Mark Fazor, they're looking to go.
Oh yeah, I get that.
And is that maybe a...
No, I don't think so. I just think that's the nature of the game. And I tell you what, Mark's got a chance because he's actually played that pretty good. I think he wanted to be on Reds. He felt as if Reds were the best balls, right? Maybe second shot he didn't have quite, because I think he's looking at developing these ones on the left side, but he's left himself an angle. Yeah, look, right? So why is he looking over there, right? But I thought then that he would maybe attack the bad ball down here off the one to the right. But then if he does play that, it's in the lap of the gods where the ball goes to, which he's going to fall back on. Now he's looking at it again. So I think when Mark just started the game, he was just super aggressive, and I think he's become more and more studious and more clever as the years have went on. But still, like a top shot maker and a top finisher.
Yeah, it's just something.
But a lot more clever than when he started.
Oh, most definitely.
There's no doubt.
He's got that all-round game now, and it's obviously no surprise that he's at the top of the tree when it comes to the game. So It's not an easy thing to do when you're just a mad potter. You've got to have a wee bit of everything, and Mark's definitely got it. I've just found it mad over the last while in watching how often you think, oh well, this is going to be one of the frames. There's a bit, and next thing you know, there's total aggression.
He's also wanting to kill the momentum of his opponent.
Of course.
He knows fair and he's buzzing, and he knows he's right. So I think these are are important for Mark to win these frames than they are the dishes.
Yeah, well, this is on Fairney's break as well, so as you say, if he can stop the momentum and then have a chance to go and break yourself in the next frame, all of a sudden the match can turn on its head. Jake Dillon-Newlove about to go 3-0 in front of Ryan Martin.
And that's been in a long frame, Scott Gillespie and Clint there. It seems to have been 2-1 forever. Okay, and our featured match. It's just one of those frames, guys.
Yep.
It's just one of those frames. There's no pictures when it comes to winning the frame. It's just like that W and that markup, so...
It's mad because, as I say, you don't see these kind of frames very often at this level, and probably the purist sitting at home will be enjoying it every now and again, and they like it, and I think that's something you like every now and again.
Especially the old school guys, right? But you maybe get a few guys switching out the Gibbsies game.
Yeah.
People miss as well every now and again, which is very unusual. But yeah, sometimes when there's a frame like this, you'll just flick the screen.
Yeah. Scott Gillespie just missed a yellow at the top right-hand corner in his frame, giving Clint a chance to get back on level terms.
Scott's had a few really good results, and he's took out a lot of really good players.
Yep.
Without, my humble opinion, being at the top of his game. He's had wee errors here. You can tell Scott's like an he wears his heart on his sleeve, and you can see with his face he gets so upset when he does something like missing a ball like that. But he's bullish, and he just puts it behind him dead quick and gets on with it. So
he's a great temperament, isn't he? He's just... Slacky used the term yesterday. He's like a bit of a predator when he's...
Absolutely.
When he's ready to pounce as soon as the opportunity...
Absolutely.
He's right in there, and he doesn't mess about.
Fernie's played that great. I think he may very well be able to get a bad one into play here. Oh no, what's he doing like that? So he maybe came a bit straight on the yellow to the middle to be able to come down into these.
Yeah, but could he drop it in and then play the yellow to the bottom right and move it? But obviously the problem then becomes...
Yeah, okay. No, because he's got the ball in the middle to fall back
Yeah,
on.
so he has, yep.
Good spot, Stevie.
He's got options. That's the key here.
Why are we talking about the Edinburgh Singles? This is the Saltire event, Benji. By the way, Benji, well done, mate.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Now get yourself through to Glasgow and playing the real singles, mate.
Exactly. I like this here for Ross, making sure.
Jake Dillon-Newlove's doing a wee bit of a job on young Ryan Martin, but again, this kid's 16. 16. And he's playing against the best players in the world right now. In the last 8 off. Where are you going, Ross? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Ross is thinking here. He's going to have to take the one to the middle surely now. And now he's looking at that shot.
See, the more I looked at it there, the more I liked your shot.
Yeah.
Not leaving an angle on the one to go into the bottom right. He's still looking at that. I'm a little confused here.
Yeah, I don't think he's even... I don't think he's seen it, Renzi. He's looking at the yellow off the cushion off the red. I think he's going to play back down the bottom cushion. Here he is.
Don't get it.
Yeah,
Don't get it.
I'm very much confused myself here.
Ross seems to know what he's doing. I have no idea. So the old schooler in me here would say, right, okay, calm down and just like put the yellow over the right corner bag now. I'm all over the place with the white. Nothing's working out the way I wanted it, so just like slow down. Don't think that's what Ross will do. I just don't think that's what Ross will do.
He's already. He's still looking here. Look, he's. He's still thinking that he can play some kind of kick off the yellow at the bottom and cushion first. And I don't know.
If he was to win this match, please get him in and show and say, what were you thinking here, Ross? What was going through your head in this finish? However, this frame might go a long way to decide who wins this match, to be honest with you. So for all we're laughing and joking, it's such an important frame.
So he's going to just drag this in, touch a right-hand side.
Go upstairs, try and leave an angle.
He's going to play the yellow off the cushion.
He's loved this for the very start.
Yeah,
He's looked at this for the very start. This must be one of his go-to and favourite shots, I can only imagine. There he goes, looking at it again.
The thing is...
So he's looked at this so many times, Stevie.
Yep.
If he doesn't get it, I'll be very surprised.
The fact that the cushions are quite slidey, he could miss the red completely here. I think, regardless, after this shot, this frame will finish.
Aye, Bandit's not too happy with it. Sorry, Bandit. These are two of the most aggressive and best players we have to offer. They should have just had a black ball shootout in this frame, Bandit, just for the fans.
Most definitely. So this is the shot.
Nearly.
Yeah, not far away.
Yeah, I liked that for the outset. Very nearly. So that's what he was doing. He fancied that. He looked at it about 4 or 5 times.
I think if
Do we have a winner? Is Ryan Davey now in? Is Ryan Davey now playing against?
Yes, Ryan Davey will be playing Andrew McPhee.
Andy McPhee, Ryan Davey. So we have a last quarter final. That'll be going up onto table number 7 at the moment. They'll have to deal with the Tartan Army when they come in.
The red at the bottom left, just dropping on it, inside it.
I think he's good to get on it just now, Stevie. I think that's exactly what he's played for. I think he's played for an angle on the middle. If he's not got an angle on the middle, he will be trying to get down there for one of the reds. But you want to get on it just now.
Yeah, definitely.
Because you're wide enough to get on it just now. If you leave one of the ones up top to try and get down, that is exactly where he's looking. Mark just hopes he's got the angle to get there from the ball to the middle. Either that is... This has got to be a really cute shot. If he can't get down just now, he actually needs to leave the angle on the... No, he's perfect. He's perfect. Yeah.
Don't know if someone maybe stepped on a wire there, guys. You might see a little flash back and forth with the screen. I'm sure Craig will have that sorted. Make sure it doesn't happen again. Apologies for anyone. That felt like they were blinking without blinking.
Yeah, yeah. Now this is a wee toughie to control. Let's play it too good.
Yeah, far too good. She's going to have to go upstairs. Do you know what might actually work out better for him here, Renzi. I think the fact that the 2 balls go in the top left-hand corner, I don't think there's any issue having this red down here to last. Black in the top left corner as well, or even the left middle.
No, me either. But Mark's a purist, isn't he?
Yeah.
If he knows he's overhit that shot slightly.
Oh, and it's cost him the frame.
It might have just cost him a match, Stephen.
Yeah.
And that's so un-Mark-like. So un-Mark-like, to be honest with you, because those are the pots that he normally eats up.
Yeah, that's
he's
a
got
gimme
great
for Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an unforced error, no doubt about it. And Ross, when he's on these, will be feeling awful good about himself.
Yeah, absolutely massive.
Knowing that Mark had the great opportunity. He's not played that great either. That might be a rest required, or extension. Yeah. They've hit his case, yeah.
I mean, angle-wise, he can just play up for it into the left middle, but
I think there's no issue here. Funnily enough, I'd actually probably play for it to the top right. Knowing if I hit it too hard, I'd have it into the right middle. Yeah. But I think he might. The big window is what you say, into the left middle. So I think that's what he's just making his mind up on just now. Yeah. But he can't be shy. It's great. Great shot.
Yeah, that's
great
okay.
Shot. As long as it wasn't short on that shot, Stevie, that was the right one.
And it is 4-1, mate. This is nuts.
Simon, that's quite funny. I tell Simon, you've got to keep that going. Keep that going with your work colleague. tell him Ali's a cracking player himself in that, and Saltire are paying him mega bucks to not do any talk sport today or any commentary on like any of the international football or that. He always does this when it's international to break.
I got to say, only a couple of minutes for Hampden, so just head along here after this. Gotta be a bit AC/DC, man.
So, big break for Mark. And a black ball for Scott Gillespie. Any Scott Gillespie fans yet? He's 4-2 up. Brilliant break for Mark Boyle.
Yeah, his break's unbelievable. It's how he gets so much power on that cut break. It's exceptional.
Many try and copy it, but nobody do it like Martin does.
I've tried.
Yeah,
the cue ball
that's
just
what I'm
goes
saying.
flying off the table. It's
yeah, that was the one shot.
Jim Watson. Since you're watching me, Simon, mate, hope you are doing fantastically well.
So, after the wee error for Mark, he'll realise how important these are. The young Ryan Martin as well is just about to hopefully for him win his first frame. 8 ball in the middle. Yes, well done, son. So he's 4-1 down. Wee scores check. Jake Dillon Newlove 4, Ryan Martin 1. Scott Gillespie 4, Clint Lee Anson 2. And what are they doing here? Are they actually not? I don't think they're putting the last quarter-final on, so I think what they're going to do is hold the quarter-final back for the main table, Stevie, so that when the Tartan Army come in, that they've got all the outskirts and the remainder of the tournament's all played in these 3 tables. It'll be easier to manage. I think that's not a bad decision, but it might. It might. It might need you an extra hour, right? Overtime for you, Stevie. Overtime.
An extra few.
Aye, if you're listening to Paul and Santa, that decision, it's overtime, unfortunately, guys. he's okay. Thought he was getting a bit too close to it there.
He landed so straight on the one to the bottom left there, and he's all right. Is he going to just run onto the yellow here, Renzi? Is he going to swing round the back?
I think he might screw. Oh, I don't know. I think he might screw across. He needs to get it
back to the same kind of area.
Yeah. So it could have been a lot easier.
Yep, it's a slidey cushion here for me.
Yeah.
It's so hard to control these shots when you play it with that trace aside. It can come off so different. He's played that phenomenally well.
How good's that?
Wow.
That's what I thought he would play, but I tell you what, I think I would have struck that a lot harder than he did. He used the pace of the table and the slide. Brilliant. Well played, Bartholomew.
That's class. Got to say, that is some break and finish from Mark. There was a bit of work to do there, and he's managed to at least get another one back in the board. But Ross Fernie with a big advantage, 4-2 in front and getting to break in the next frame. So you would rather be in Ross's shoes right now, but Mark's been here before.
So indeed he has. Indeed he has. Big break, as you say, for Ross Fernie here. I'm watching Gillespie here as well. Remember that slight error? He's just come back. That, as I say, the bullishness in him. He was like, he lost the frame, made the error. And all of a sudden, he's just went back-to-back frames and he's on his last red. And oh, he doesn't want to be dry. Oh dear.
That's 2 dry breaks in a row.
Yeah, and he's been... And by the way, the Reds are a real good chance here. I think Mark might even take the plant to start with and follow through for the red down the bottom rail.
Yeah, no messing about here for Mark. Mr. Magic Mark Boyle himself. I've got to tell you, I don't see... I'm struggling to see a mistake here. As you say, I think the plant opens up everything for him because it means he's got the red for the connector to the red down the cushion. It's kind of maps itself out here.
Oh, I see some men in skirts. The army have arrived. The army have arrived.
The Tartan army are in the building now, guys.
The Scotland Gillespie is 5-2 in front.
Just looking at Jake Dillon-Newler, 4-1 up on Ryan Martin. He got to the final of the first Saltire of the year. He'll be hoping to go one better here.
Such a good player. He really is such a good player.
He's in off, and young Ryan's got a chance.
Okay. Maybe he's not as good a player as I think. Then there he goes. He's just went on off. He's fallible after all.
I think you're just dropping this in. Then the same ball again into the middle. Red down the cushion. No, he's played that so different to what I was thinking.
I liked it, Stevie. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. The only issue for him here is see the red ball on the left-hand side. That probably has to be his last ball.
Yep.
But it probably will, unless he gets a good angle, he might have to play the 8 ball into the top left.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
No, he could go forward here. He could actually go forward and then play the red and go off the cushion and leave the one up top. In fact, that's what I think he's going to do. Yeah. He just can't overhit this a wee bit, but he still needs a little bit of angle to it. He's got 2 ways here.
See, I was thinking he would drop and then drop again, play the ball to the bottom, right middle, right top, and then the black.
See, this is what I like about Mark, right? See, going this way, you can't fail to be on the reds, right? If he'd have went the other way there and tried to come through to leave a wee angle and then taught this and go and leave that, he could have went in behind the 8 ball. Yeah. This way, whether he pulls back, I think Mark's... He knows he's going to be on the 8 ball, at least to the top left. If he gets a wee angle on this, then what? Yeah, he could.
Perfect.
Is he perfect? Oh, so he's coming the gap between the
just
yellow and
go
the black.
straight
Yeah, he's plumb. He's plumb. Mark's fighting. Because all the talk here has been about how good Fernie's been playing and blah, blah, blah. And Mark has had a couple of wee breaks and dishes, and he is just taking these in a reverse dish. So the 3 frames Mark's won has been one visit stuff. Ross is away for a comfort break.
Yeah, he's going to go in and have a word with the wall about his break.
Anybody that's watching in multi, either phones, screens, tablets, whatever you're watching on your TV, if you're watching the Scott Gillespie game, he's in amongst the balls again. He's got 3 reds in the 8 ball to go 6-2 on the hill against Clintley Hansen. Young Ryan Martin's missed his opportunity against Jake Dillon. And I'm sure the butcher will butcher him for that, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Jake right now. Simple snooker. Didn't get it as good as he wanted. I know you guys can't see it, but he's big favourite in the frame against young Ryan. And he is 4-1 in front just now, so...
As I say, the only way you're going to be watching this if you're on multi-devices was that wee guy in a skirt running by the TV table there.
I know.
I'm going to have to get out there just shortly and
need to let them know they can't do that because
you're not doing that, wee fella.
Scott Gillespie was actually at the table as a wee guy ran past him and he said to stand up.
So the completion of this match, my next job will be to control the Tartan Army for running through the playing area. It's a good shot, young Ryan Martin's played, if anybody's watching that game.
Yeah, it is. He's giving Jake some problems. As Mr. Magic is back at the table. Is he going to give us one of the massive hammer blow breaks again that he does? Or will he let Ross back in with a chance? Going true to form. I expect another big break from Mark here.
So Mark's recovered brilliantly after that little unforced error to let Ross Fernie know the miss to the red in the top left bag. Wow. What a chance on yellows again, because he's got a big bag for the first pot into the right middle.
The control over that cue ball and that break is not easy, man. It is not easy to do. Every time I see it, it just seems to be better and better and better. It's just incredible. It's so difficult to do.
Yeah.
Nobody hits that break as hard as Mark.
No.
It's
not
just absolutely insane.
The only thing Mark's got to watch here is like where he pushes the yellow he's using for the big bag too. Unless he can cut the one he's closest to and at the bottom left, he's maybe more control. One thing's for sure, Mark will know a lot better than me. Yeah, that's what he's taking. On the outer table, Gillespie's just played a delicious positional shot onto the 8 ball. If he pots this 8 ball, he is going to be on the hill.
Tartan Army coming in their droves.
Hundreds and thousands.
Are you ready for a war?
Sorry for any of the spectators watching from down south. We'll be back excited. We're 1-0 up on Greece in a 2-legged match. And with typical Tartan, we'll probably get beat 2-0. Right? Typical Scotland.
So Mark's first shot didn't go to plan, mate. He did play the cut back and knocked those 2 yellows close to each other, making things a bit more difficult than they had to be.
I think they all still go, Stevie, but it's just a tougher position.
Yeah,
shot.
definitely.
Mark doesn't like getting into balls he doesn't need to. And they do go, but he may like to come across and just nudge him slightly, which he has. Right. And he's okay, because that's how you like a ball over the bag, because if you are playing the wee kicks into it, it's always the one you probably fall back on the most. Gillespie did pot that black, he's 6-2 up, he's on the hill against Clint Leanson. Again, another opponent he's just like disassembling.
Yeah. Scott Gillespie absolutely flying right now.
Jake Dillon-Newlove's 4-1 on Ryan Martin, 5-1 now. The other match is getting held back. Quite rightly so. We may have a couple of guests. I mean you might get a wee table for two after this. Oh, maybe not, because it's Artlands, and we might have to. Oh, and that's going to be on hold as well. Oh, that's just a nightmare. I've been so happy. So,
what time's the kick-off? We need to get this.
come on. Well, actually, last orders there, guys.
So Mark is at bottom left here, middle left, middle left. And he's looking at that angle.
Such a small window, though.
Yeah.
He needs to stop this ball. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, dead.
And then maybe drift up towards the black type area.
It'd be lovely if you could just come back and just touch the red a little. Oh my God, who was that who broke that middle table there? What an explosion that is.
That is Jake by the looks of it.
Oh man.
Unbelievable. What a break.
Oh, okay. Mark's decided to
he's
miscue.
not.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's miscued. That is a surgeon. A real surgeon.
Wow. Has he been trying to play that with loads of side Renzi to maybe just come back towards the red, like you said?
Yeah,
And
I
it's
think
ended
so.
up throwing it off.
Yeah.
Because that's such a big miscue.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mark's fighting against himself here with these. I mean, that's just a bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
The first miss is unmarked. He's come back brilliant.
And the Reds are so good here.
Yeah, you don't expect Fernie to miss, but this is a big visit for Fernie because he's not had a shot for the last
Exactly.
two. Well, we have our first semi-finalist, and it was the man you were talking to. You must have inspired them, Stevie.
Mr. Gibbsy Gillespie.
Scott Gillespie.
I asked him a question. I said, obviously, I know you've not played a massive amount of pool, Scott, and you're now, obviously, this year back in the IPA Tour and what have you. I says, right now, are you getting into these tournaments thinking, well, we'll see what happens, or are you still, I'm in there to win? And he says, well, do you know what, Stevie? I think the day I'm not turning up to win, I'm stopping playing.
Aye, that's... You know, I could have probably told you what his answer would be that, because I've known him for so long.
It's a good insight for everybody to see that the mind of a winner.
Aye, that's the way Scott thinks. He always has. As I say, see when you boils down to it, because of Scott's longevity in the game, because he's been playing in the tournaments in Scotland pretty much since he's been like 18, 19 year old, possibly even younger, right? I think he's probably the second most decorated title winner.
Yeah, he's up there.
In the country anyway, most definitely. And he's won some massive events. He's been world champion, European champion. So I think only to Ross, Scott's probably won the most titles out of everybody in Scotland. And some, especially his close friends and that, would even argue that Scott's a goat.
Aye.
And I think that's because of the standard of player now and the longer races and what have you. So, there's no doubt. There's no doubt in Scott's mindset, that's for sure.
He was. He's obviously quite a humble guy as well. He was doing comms with me at one of the one of the events, and somebody asked that question, Scott, who do you think's the GOAT? And he says, look, he said it's probably McInnes. He says obviously there's all these other guys there. He says, but especially in Scottish pool, he says, but he says I do believe if Jason never left and went to American pool, he might have surpassed everybody.
He did love Jason.
He says, but he went, obviously he's went to pastures new and he's done amazing at that. But and that humbleness that comes out of him, because obviously there's loads of guys for different generations that you can throw into certain categories. Scott's up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't care who you are or what walk of life you come from. Scott's up there.
Yeah, I mean, Locksween, I mean, Mick's just a legend, full stop. But for more than just playing the game, just as a person, manager, coach, loads of different things. But Mick, if Mick was here just now, he'd say, don't be so silly, son.
Yeah, exactly.
He really would. You know what I mean? Stevie knew Mick really, really well, right? And he would say, no, not even an argument here. Those two guys are a different wavelength, different planet.
Ross has knocked that red Renzi closer to that yellow, and it must be really tight to any of the corner pockets, because he's...
This is one while we were talking here that Ross needs to get, and he has... Oh, now he's going to have to play low on this. I know, he's just rolling it in. I understand what he's going to do. He's just going to give his... The red we're talking about is close to the yellow, goes in at the bottom left. That's the easiest bag to get it into. I don't even think Ross will swing past this. Is he? Is he screwing up between the 8-ball and the red? Yes, he is. Look at screw ball again. It's just on point. So this is the shot here. He's been looking at it.
Yeah, that's right. He's been looking at it to the top left more than anything, and I think
that's where we need Craig with the camera.
Yeah.
Remember he used to do that? He used to listen in, Stevie.
And it's not that. He's got all these cameras set up and he only seems to be using the one. They're all for show now.
You know, be earlier shortly having words and saying, I'm not going at that because I have to do 3 tables and that now.
Yeah, he's got cameras everywhere in the building, but they're just for show, guys.
He wants this cue ball on the black spot. It's not hard enough. Nowhere near.
He knew the minute he cued it.
Wow.
I suppose the thing here is he's natural on and off the cushion for the black in the same pocket, but this pot just became 10 times harder.
It's so easy sitting here, Stevie. You know that, right? There was nothing for short there.
No, that's true.
You know, he could have played that a foot too far and then played the black into the left pocket and screwed off the cushion or went forward. That's a big pot. This could be the turning point. He's nailed it. What a shot.
Phenomenal.
Just kidding us on in here.
Ross Fairney. I mean, it was always... I think it's one of them because it's obviously went, but it's so close to the yellow. There's occasions where you just kind of misjudge it. You cut it too wide or whatever, but that has ended up some shot.
That's a good finish.
And it's come from
it's his break.
Yeah, and it's come at a major time in the match. Obviously, the old cliche of 5, 3, and 4 each is huge, but the miscue for Mark.
Well, that used to be the swing in tennis, wasn't it?
Yeah,
in
well,
tennis
there you go,
sets,
exactly.
if you break the serve at 4-3, you know, or if you break it at 4-all, you're in the ascendancy. And he's just literally broken Mark's there, and Mark's had first chance, hasn't he? So.
Yeah, it turned out that the shot that Mark played, his first shot, when he knocked the 2 yellows close, he's then had to go into them, and then they've became the problem in the end. Yeah. Although you probably still expect Mark to get them, it's meant that he was going to play a shot a specific way. He's miscued playing it that way, and all of a sudden...
so he's away for another comfort break. I think what happened there was...
I think Ross is away for a drink. I've seen him...
yeah. I think he must have went to the bar the last time and the Tartan Army just came in and the queue was like 100 deep.
Yeah.
so now easily maybe had a wee look over and... you
see Mark here running right through the side of the cue ball.
Lock's been no problem at all. They were the guys, no doubt about it. They did exhibitions all over the place. I've listened to all mixed stories, and Ross's, who's a good friend. They were the jet setters.
Oh,
they were the jet setters.
It's mad because obviously before I played the game of pool, I was a young snooker protege when I was like 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old, but football was obviously always my thing. And then when I came back into the world of pool in my mid-20s, Tiger was obviously playing in the Roadhouse and stuff like that. But my Uncle Johnny and some of the guys in the pub that weren't obviously in the pool world would talk about Mick.
Yeah.
They would talk about Ross. They would talk about you.
Yeah.
And you used to come up. You used to be in the pub and you'd be practicing. I mean, they used to say, who's in all that? He's one of the pros. He's one of the top guys. He comes up and practices in the pub and what have you. And there was certain names that would float about. And not knowing the world of pool and how big it was, I would just be like, oh, all right. And then when you step in, you kind of go, well, wow. These are...
I can actually vividly remember the first time I seen Mick and Ross playing. It was in a 3-man team hanging Elders. And it was Big Charlie says, look, these guys are playing over here tonight. I just started playing in the town club with Charlie and that. Oh, back in the old social club days, years ago, nearly 40 years ago, to be honest with you. And they were like, and it was the 3-man team was Ross McInnes, Mick McGoldrick and Jimmy Allen, who was a professional snooker player for the snooker scene in Parkhead. He was a top amateur snooker scene. And the very first thing I ever seen Ross doing was like, they were playing like an Edinburgh team. It was Jeff Matheson. And he was on quite an easy black, Ross. And he looked at Jeff while he was spotting the black.
They no look black.
And I just thought, I love this guy already.
They no look black.
Aye, they no look black. It was unlucky Jeff, and he was looking at him, talking to him, and he hit the black, and I was this guy's a character.
And Cubesy did that at the counties there.
He missed him.
Oh, unbelievable.
And his team went out with a free. Oh, you just couldn't. Aye.
The top man goes and does the no look black, misses it, and the team goes out with the frame. Brilliant. He's got a ball here, Renzi, but
nasty, isn't he?
Oh, yes. This came very, very awkward. I don't even think has he got a shot? I mean, I know that people say there's always a shot, but sometimes there's just...
If he's going to play the shot I think he's going to play, I might be required to go over there. I think Mark might be sending for me. No, he's not going to play that year. He's closest to. I would very much doubt it. Oh, or is he? Yeah, Ross Ewan, that is a pretty good point. It might very well have been because of the slide of the cushion, mate. But probably even more unforgivable than not to be hard enough. Yeah. But that's just being a bit too hypercritical. It was a great recovery for it, though.
I think he had the natural angle to just run it in. And Ross has put so much side on the cue ball. When you put side on it when the cloth's new, it just kills the pace. And I think it was more that than anything else that caused Ross the problem, rather than the kind of cushion. Because I think if he just runs it plain, Ross, he's natural to come down. So Johnny Flanagan, that's where what's Bobby's name again? He used to play with all the guys in there. I know I was never in the place. Johnny's talking about the place down at kind of Charing Cross underneath the bridge type place. Shades had the place. No, Shades had one in Rutherglen, didn't he? Cuba in Rutherglen.
The place that Johnny's talking about in Anderson, is that?
Aye, Anderson.
Aye, that was called the Pot Black.
Aye, so it is.
That was the Pot Black. We had some games in there, Johnny.
What was Bobby's second name again?
Oh, Big Bobby, the trainer.
Bobby McCallum,
aye.
Because he was the two-shot carry guy, everybody used to say to me.
He was the two-shot. Him, Sandy Tong. Aye. Sandy was brilliant at it as well. Sandy, whose lad works here. I've not seen Sandy for a while. I think he's golfing now. But Sandy wasn't the most gifted potter or anything like that. Great two shots carry player.
Jake Dillon Newlove has put young Ryan Martin to the sword.
So those days were incredible, Stevie. It was like, so we were the East End team, if you know what I mean. So it was like Johnny, Andy McHugh, who I know you know well,
Aye.
myself, Jamie Milne, Charlie, wee Alfie O'Neill, who's no longer with us, Pat McGuire, these guys, and we played against the best from the other side, the polite guys, shall we call them, right? Colin Downey, Stephen McGoldrick, Gary Murdoch, wee Pat Masterson. They were, and because both teams were like really, really good, there was a heavy rivalry back then. That's for sure.
I mean, Big Tam talking about he had a team. I think they were based in Shettlesonby or something, and he said he was paying players. He's like, I had guys coming to. He's like that. He says, but they would come to play their frames and then leave. He says, I swear to God, he said, I paid them a fortune. I don't think they won a frame.
I think the guy I just mentioned there, Jeff Matheson, was one of the pays.
He was.
Because they were all pros at the time.
That's right.
Aye, that's right. That was in the county. That was in the county in Springboig. Oh, that's went a bit nasty. Yeah, there used to be a Saturday tournament there, Johnny. It was a one-frame thing, believe it or not. I can remember getting up there one of the days, playing cards with all the boys. I wasn't long into the game at the time, and I was like challenging everybody and that, being an arrogant wee so-and-so, and went on to play the one frame, and Colin Downey's brother dished me. And that was me, away home with my tail between my legs. So Ryan Davies took the first frame against Andy McPhee.
Yeah, that's the last of the quarterfinals.
And we have two people already in the semi-finals. Do they play each other? They don't play each other, do they? Scott Gillespie's awaiting the winner of the Mark Boyle-Ross Fern game. Am I right there, Stevie? Yeah,
the bottom end, no disrespect to the top end of the draw, but the bottom end was stacked.
Yeah. And Jake Dillon Newlove is awaiting the winner of Andy and Ryan Davey.
Yeah, another good weekend for Andrew McPhee, doing quite well these days.
A good player. And he has a very good practice partner.
Yeah, I mean, it helps.
He's learning a lot.
It definitely helps when you're playing against good players.
Obviously, Fernie's going for these, so he seems to have worked out his route. Obviously, the issue is the red. It's closest to the 8 ball.
Yeah, I'm struggling here. Unless he can cross double the red back in. I thought that was always going to be an issue there. I thought he was maybe going to play it a bit harder and maybe get that out so it was at the opposite side. But I mean,
yeah, boys, I knew he practiced with you, pal. That's exactly who I was referencing to.
Oh, is that the guy you were talking about who plays Xbox with?
Xbox, aye, yeah. Boys, he's one of the Perth legends. That's where Andy originates from.
I actually remember hearing that. Yep, so the winner of this match has the luxury of Scott Gillespie. What's an Xbox? I'm 60. You know when you go to vote and you put an X in a box? Good practice partners definitely help.
Tell you what, Ross is pushing the boat out here. Now, do you know, funnily enough, see before Ross played his first shot there, the way I looked at that finish was the red the cue ball's closest to just now.
Yeah.
Right, I thought he might have played that up, then had an angle on the red to the right middle.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, played the pot that he's just missed first, go over there, then leave an angle to the right middle, and then come down into the bad red. Knowing that he's maybe got balls to fall back on there, but I tell you what, it's not the worst miss. It's not the worst miss.
Is that insane?
Egg boxes. Boy said, Andy's playing well, mate. He is playing well.
He is.
I mean, that you don't fluke your way into the last 8 of these tournaments, and that's a couple of times now he's been in last 8s, last 16s and things like that, so he's solid. It's a little bit of a lull here just with this frame, and there's a couple of he's been bogged down. And Mark's played that great, and do you know what? He's just a tad unfortunate. He knew has to play a plan. At least he's got a shot, to be fair.
I think that's it. I think you take that, didn't you, from the position he was in. Absolutely massive. Wants to keep Ross away from that number 6 frame.
Yeah, he wants to keep him off the hill, that's for sure. That's turned out really well. Okay. So now his window is between the red closest to the right and the yellow, obviously, he's playing up for. So he needs to flirt with this red on the right hand side. Oh wow, what a shot. What a shot. He bent down and played that like
as if it was
super
nothing.
Confident. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's like one of these shots where you think, this is just natural here, so I'll just...
I think he loved it because where the red is, Stevie. You know, like saying, well, I can't go in off, so I'll just strike it in nice. That's a top finish.
Absolutely fantastic.
Mark Boyle's fighting hard here. He means business. He knows Fernie's in form. Now, is that twice that Mark's won the scrappy ones?
And that change of camera angle, and another change of camera angle. We've got it all here from Craig.
So if you look in the background there, you'll see all the Tartan men enjoying the facilities here in the award-winning McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar in Rutherglen, Glasgow. It's only a few minutes away from Hampden Park. Anybody that's in the area, always pop in. It's open from 11 a.m. in the morning to pretty much 11 p.m. at night, maybe a wee bit later at weekends. And it has everything you need, and I mean everything. It's got 8 ball tables and the very best Supreme 861 cloth with Aramis balls. It has Rasson 9 ball tables, again with the best Aramis balls, and it has Rasson snooker tables, professional snooker tables. It has a great darts section, 2 big screens, and unbelievable food. That's the go-to place. This is Saltire 2, brought to you by Belhaven, in conjunction with the guys who run Saltire, Paul Corrigan and Stephen Santa Allison. And this series of events is played in the 2 establishments, McGoldrick's, as I've just mentioned, and the Players' Lounge in Falkirk, which has 12 of 13 Supreme tables. We have players coming here, Stevie, from everywhere. All over the UK, the top boys from both disciplines come. There's no restrictions here.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible, the talent that we get coming through the doors. And Scott Gillespie considers these events like a major in the world of pool. Because you can come from any background on any kind of Cuesport, on any tour, and come and play here without restriction, as you say, the chances are you have to beat the very best. And to win one of these, well, you've got to be considered well and truly up there.
Also an unsung hero, and the person that brings you all this live stuff is a guy that's just walked past us just now with his freebie bottle of Coke in his hand. Craig Anderson, absolutely fantastic at what he does. It's him that brings all this. And I'm only saying it because he's sitting next to me, but I really do mean it. We have the best commentator, in my opinion, in the world right now. We have got the Talker, and if your nickname's the Talker, you're going to be a good commentator. And we have Stevie the Talker Walker as well. So we're doing all right here, guys. We're doing all right. So that's the boys back from either their comfort break, which there might be a queue for because the place is absolutely mobbed, or they've been to the bar or what have you. So big frame coming up, Stevie.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, the fact that Mark has the break here, and his break has been such a weapon in the last few, it could go a long way to deciding who wins this match. But I know it seems mad that we're going into frame number 10, but there is still a lot of pool to be played here. The old cliche, it can go either way. Mark not going anywhere. There's been a few things that haven't gone for him. Ross hasn't managed to get much daylight though, and it's all still to play for. This break-off shot, you have to say though, probably the biggest break in the match.
Very much so. And then we might have a little lull in proceedings. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe the semi-final will go straight on to this after it, because we're maybe playing catch-up a little with the last quarter-final. It's 1-1. Andrew McPhee did finish those balls off while we were praising them up there. But back to this. Back to the Mark Boyle break. Mark breaks and finishes here. I think he'll win the match because I think he's in the ascendancy. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wow. And the thing is, for me, Ross's break isn't working, and Mark's is an absolute weapon.
Absolutely. It's an interesting open. If the red goes past the yellow into the left middle, I think this is done. If it doesn't, it's a much harder first shot for Mark. Even though the pot over the right-hand corner, Stevie, the one at the bottom, that's an easy pot, but you've no control of the cue ball. I think that I've just got a feeling the red does go at the left middle.
Yeah, it looks to me like it does. Yeah, I'm actually struggling to see, because he could even leave the red at the very bottom to last, and it's just a simple screw up for the black. There's so many options on reds here. I think
he'd like to leave one of the two that's closest to the 8 ball.
Yeah,
closest to the left corner as they connect to the 8 ball. Maybe get rid of one of them after this though. Yeah,
that's the plan.
So I think that's his plan, and he'll use this one to maybe swing round. There, he'll leave them both.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't like leaving them both because you've got to connect from one to the other then.
Yeah, I think now it looks like if he takes one of them, he can then have the red to the right middle, bottom left, bottom right, middle, top. He's got so many options on these reds. Whilst I'm saying that, I'm seeing another finish.
Aye, we have got the best ref, Felix.
Best ref and co-commentator.
Unfortunately, Fiona and Kev can't be here today, so you're going to just have to put up with me.
The best referee.
He's ain't the same as he used to be, Felix. I'm winging it a bit nowadays, mate. I'm not going to lie.
There's a bit of everything there with Renzi. Best coach in the game.
Jack of all trades and master of none, Stevie. That's perfect. That is perfect.
You can hear there Paul's oldest boy screaming about a breaking dish.
Oh, there's been a breaking dish. I remember my first breaking dish as well. I was 29 at the time. Right.
It looks to me like it's Jack and Dawson against Evan and Sean Mullen.
I'm having a great time over there.
They're going head to head.
Right, they've gave up watching the top players. They've learned everything they need to learn for the day. Tidy be finished. This has been so far.
It's not far away from the kind of. I mean, as I say, there was about 10 different ways Mark could go, and you said at the very beginning, leaving one of the reds, at least one of them, is the perfect connector to the black.
There we go.
And it's another breaking dish.
Hey, okay, so
that's 3 breaking dishes in a row from Mark.
Unreal. Aye. 3 breaking dishes in a row. It's 5-all though.
Yeah, no, I know. So from that point, his last 3 breaks have all been dishes. Incredible.
See, funnily enough, Ross, my eyes ain't the same, and Stevie will tell you right next to me now, because to read your comment, I've got my glasses sitting on my nose. If I put them up too much, my earphones will fall off, and I'm actually squinting the nose. No, I'm being deadly serious, honestly.
Oh,
young William. Is that aye. To be fair, he played a couple of matches yesterday. I wasn't called over once, mate. Not once.
he's some boy, isn't he? Some of the stuff he does, some of the shots, and you think, William, you can't foul there.
I absolutely love him, mate.
He's just,
honestly,
he's unbelievable.
And I think everybody in Glasgow, the Glasgow pool does, you know.
The time I tell everybody about it, and I've actually showed people when the time I was bridging, and his head popped up underneath me, and I'm looking at him, and I says, what are you doing? Just making sure you don't touch
his
that ball.
head
And I'm
popped
like, get out of the way. Head came right up inside my queue. It was nuts. Oh, he's some boy. And as you say, everybody loves him because he's just such a talented boy as well.
Oh, he's talented, mate. He's super talented. These aren't easy. These are no easy at all. I also feel they're muskets, Stevie.
Yeah. I'm thinking if he had a better starter on reds, he would probably be going reds here. I think the red.
I think he's got a decent starter on reds. I think he's got the one he's closest to, or the one into the top left.
Yeah, I think that's the one that stands out for me. Or is it yellows maybe? The one at the top, yellow. I think it only goes to the top right.
See,
the two at the
again,
bottom,
I wish we had that screening out. You could zone in to see if the red beside the yellow actually went in that left corner.
Yeah.
Ryan Davies 2-1 in front. So still a bat to go in that match, and he's just broke like a dream.
Looks like he's going to play the cut back on this red. One cushion out towards the two yellows, maybe.
That's okay. Well? He's played it really, really well. Yeah, Marks appreciates that as well.
Yeah. Slide up the left-hand side here, Renzi, and then he's got the option of the red to the right or the top right-hand corner.
But the good thing is here, I mean, this is the new Ross Fernie, if you want to call it that. Ross precision.
Yeah.
Because when he is playing to the right side, the ball after that will be, if he needs to, probably to develop the ball. We don't know whether it goes or not. If it does go, needs to be a wee bit further up. It's perfect, actually. Nah. Might need to use the top cushion here.
Yeah, you want the two at the top first here.
Oh yeah, if possible. That's what I'm saying. If that red goes, and that's what he's round looking at just now, then he will be playing the red closest to the middle last to get him on the 8 ball. If it doesn't, he needs to pot that and kick that open and use the red to the middle to fall back on, even if it's going down low. He's screwing into the yellow here, Stevie. Oh no, he's played that delicately. So he is playing the ball in the middle. That tells me that red must go. But how does he connect onto the black from it? Going to have to play the black long, isn't he? Or a big bad double.
I think he's going to take the one to the top right here, then left, and then the middle.
Okay.
Just the way he's looking at it. How can he get out?
Yeah.
Is he maybe just got enough to get off the one cushion here? Just underneath the black.
He can also screw straight back. He is playing the one you said, Stevie.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, straight.
That makes sense. It must go.
Yeah, it must fly.
So we now know it goes. Andy's gave his cell angle. Okay.
He's been looking at the top left-hand side.
But coming inside it?
Yeah, I don't think he can.
Sorry, there's two ways here.
That's it.
He's got to screw off two, right, to get the red in the middle. Or he just comes down pretty much the line that his cue ball's on just now, but just inside left a wee bit. So
that way he's going in the bottom right-hand corner. Even if he did have the thin nick and using the yellow as a stopper, but you're looking at the window there that he's got. I like leaving it long.
I think that's what he's going to do. Because it means that he's not going to miss this pot in any way. He'll definitely give himself a shot at it leaving it long. If he tries to like screw around off two cushions from that acute angle, it's tough. I think he likes it long as well.
Yeah.
Very composed. Oh, he's going down. Oh, are you coming round off to? He's still indecisive. He's not made his mind up yet.
I mean, the temptation's obviously there, as you say, to go two cushions. But if he gets it wrong...
Yeah, he's in no man's land.
Yeah,
he's no shot.
Whereas the percentages...
Guaranteed a shot if he plays one cush. Don't think I've ever seen him take as long on a shot, Stevie. But it's 5-all, a race to 7, and it's Mark's break next, so it's massively important. He gets it right. It looks higher now. Looks as if he's playing one cush now. Okay, I love that shot, but it's insane.
Yeah, but that's what he was looking at to start with. He can't get through there, and as you say, that insanity nearly put the cue ball in the top left-hand corner.
But it's actually perfect now because he actually uses the yellow to hold for the 8-ball. That was a great shot, to be honest with you, but...
And he's had to put rakes of running side on that, and...
What a finish.
Brilliant.
What
absolutely
a finish.
Brilliant, Ross Fernie. Knowing that your opponent is breaking like a god, and any miss would have probably been the match.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, great finish. Great finish. Mark's getting a laugh here. I think he's talking about that last shot, saying, you didn't know what to do there. You know. His screw was up, then it was down, and then it was all round town, and then it was up off it again about 4 or 5 times. Yeah, he did play it well, Jerry.
And listen, he's too long in the tooth. He knows flicking off that yellow. He's dicing with the top left-hand corner, so pace was massive, but...
Yeah, or if he gets it too thick, he might snooker in behind.
Himself.
Yeah. However, he did realise that if he could get the cue ball there, that then it was just a pot and he was an automatically on the black because he was using the yellow, so he worked it out well. Ryan Davey 3-1 up on Andy McPhee.
So what can Mr. Magic do here to keep the match alive?
But
typical Boyle break.
Yeah. Well, there we've got the bagpipes going in here after Mark Boyle's break. So if we thought... Sorry, on you go, Stevie.
No, I'm just thinking his break's been an absolute weapon the last few, but all of a sudden, it's one hell of a smash. The laws of averages tell you they can't come out perfect every time.
This is so similar to the way the balls came out for Ross there.
Yeah.
I think Mark feels as if he needs to still be aggressive here, but it's not as high a percentage finish as you would like after a break like that.
I wonder where these bagpipes are. Are they out the back? Are they...
I don't know.
Somebody put it on the TV.
Yeah, possibly.
The Tartan Army are all over this venue. So you convinced here then, Renzi, that Mark has to be aggressive, or he will be aggressive?
I'm not convinced he has to be, but I'm convinced he will be.
Yeah.
And solving that puzzle isn't as hard, I don't think, as solving the puzzle with the red and the yellow closest to the left middle.
Yeah,
that's the solve. That is.
Yeah, because he's looking at a 4-ball plant here.
Oh wow!
He's looking at a 4-ball plant. Is he going to kick that one off the cushion at the same time? I mean, that would be exhibition stuff. 6-5 down.
Yeah, quite possibly. Okay, 4-ball plant and screw it. Yeah. Okay.
It looks to me like he's almost convinced himself of the 4-ball plant. Now, it's as you say.
But as you say, the cue ball, if he plays that low, he's screwing over into that. Oh, that's what it's like. Get rid of your... Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Get rid of all your problems in one go. There we go.
Yep, he did
the
go
blacks in.
for it.
Oh, what a way to lose. Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
This match didn't deserve that.
No, wow.
Oh, wow. I mean, obviously, well played, Ross Fairney. He's going to be absolutely delighted. But Mark stuck in that match so well. He has been aggressive. I didn't tip that happening.
I've just looked at it on our delayed screen.
That was like a trick shot.
Yeah.
The black went, the cue ball went, the plant went, everything went. Ah, goodness. I'm going to try and grab our winner and see if he'll have a few words with you, Stevie. Please ask him from me what was going through his head on that finish to go 6-5 on that second last ball, and how many things were going through his head and what to do. I'm going to grab him just now. Brilliant. Anyway. I'll tell Mark commiserations and I'll get Ross in, and I'm going to be staying out there with Tartan. I'll see what's going on and maybe come in for some more. If not, I know you're doing a grand job anyway, so I'll talk to you in a bit.
Cheers, mate. So while Renzi goes and gets Mr. Fairney, we will just talk about that. I mean, the shot Mark's played at 6-5 down, and at any stage in a match, it is one hell of a shot to go for at that stage, and it just goes to show that these guys at the top end, sometimes it's risk reward. Unfortunately for Mark, he didn't get the rewards here. He's managed to go in off, knock the black in. I mean, it was absolutely mad, and what a crazy way to finish such an epic encounter. But there can only be one winner, and I think Ross started off like, I mean, he's obviously been exceptional over the course of this weekend. So he's got himself a semi-final place, and it's at the expense of Mr. Magic himself. Mark has, listen, he's dug in, he said 3 breaking dishes in a row, and then that one there's just not came out the way he would have hoped. And yeah, that's just the way it goes. But we're going to get Ross in a wee second, guys. So I am now joined by the man of the moment, Ross Fairney. Renzi asked me to ask you this right away. What were you thinking about with that shot? The one at the top, the red and the yellow are close to each other. You've slid off it and you've nearly went in off, but you were always trying to get into that area. You had so many. You looked like you were going to screw, you were going to stun out, you were going to... What made you make up your mind?
I think the shot was...
Shut up.
Aye, sorry. I think the shot was like to play it with left, but the cushion's like, because it's a new cloth and that, like they're really slidey. So I thought it was always hitting the yellow, so we'd have to hit the yellow fin to try and... Because if I landed that side, I was on my last one just to kiss for the black. But I don't know, I didn't want to hit the yellow too thick and snooker myself, so I was thinking about maybe screwing it, to try and avoid that. But I thought I'd just go for it and see how it goes.
It's came out perfect. I mean, as you say, you've landed spot on just to flick it in. Go back to the first frame. Both of you have flung in a couple of misses, and it was a wee bit... I said you were like a man possessed, especially yesterday. You were flying, and then your first match this morning, I had you on the second stream, and I'm watching, and you were just full flow, and then all of a sudden the first frame, both of you flung in a couple of a wee kind of dodgy shots.
Aye, mate, it's the best I've felt for a long time, to be honest. I felt I've played well every match, even the game against David that I got beat. I didn't think I played bad in that, he just played well. But aye, in that game it was, I don't know what it was, the table felt a wee bit more sliding than the others. I don't know if it was just because of the match table, but we both missed a couple at the start. But I felt like I settled in a wee bit like towards the end. But aye, just delighted, obviously. Tough draw, innit? Really tough draw. So
the bottom end of the draw is absolutely stacked. We've said that for the start, and to win one of these, or to win any tournament, generally you're going to need to beat some top players. But at your end of the draw, do you ever look at the draw, Ross? Do you ever look at it and say, look at what I've got to deal with, or do you just go next match?
I basically try and just look at the time, what time I'm on, and then just try and not really think too much about who you're playing, because I mean, when you're playing in this, I don't think it really matters who you're playing, because everyone's at a high standard. So you just need to concentrate on your own game, and you just try and concentrate on that. Really. So
you play Scott Gillespie next. Have you played a lot in the past? Have you played a lot of matches against each other? And how do they usually go? I mean, I know you're quite aggressive in the way you play the game. Scott's, I've been watching him this weekend. He seems more methodical than he's ever been, but generally when you two play, are they good matches?
Aye, we've had loads of good. We've played hundreds of times, to be honest. Had a lot of good matches, close matches. But I mean, when you play Scott, you really need to be bang on it. He just punishes you. So, but I mean, I'm quite confident in my game now. So I think if I keep breaking well and try and keep them off the table, then I've got a good chance.
I think you were quite unfortunately we were breaking that match, and even you've obviously came through against Mark, and your break probably wasn't as good as it was, especially yesterday and this morning. You were getting a ball, but they were kind of awkward. It was you were maybe having to chase it a wee bit, but that probably stands to show how good you're playing, that you've still managed to come through that match.
Aye, it's the best I've broken in any tournament. I think, apart from that match, I mean, the other matches are just a joke. Those are just firing everywhere. But you know, it obviously helps when you need that when you're playing at the level of player. I mean, I think in that match there was a couple of ones I didn't really know what to do, to be honest. I just chucked my arm at a couple, just try to get myself in the frame. But
I think if you look back, there's a couple of finishes you took that ended up unbelievable. You were maybe having to chase the white a wee bit, and there was a wee bit of work to do. The one in particular, when the two balls in the middle of the table were really close, you actually flicked the yellow and knocked it close to it, but then you've had to pop it long, come off the cushion, back out perfect in the black.
Aye, that was terrible, to be honest. It was such an easy finish. I didn't even have to go anywhere near that red, and then obviously I've ended up playing it terrible off the cushion and kissing it safe. And I wasn't even sure if it went up the top, it was that tight. So I just thought, you just need to go for it. And I was lucky enough it went in, and I'm happy with that. So.
That's one of the... Renzi was in here, obviously, and he's, your strength is probably your shot-making ability. When I wouldn't have said that was you in trouble there, but obviously it's no the position you want to be in when you're taking the finish. You don't want to end up having a pot in a bag that you're not even sure it goes into, but I think that's one of your biggest strengths, and if you can win frames like that when you're maybe a slightly bit off it, when you're bang on it, you're a menace for anybody.
Right, yeah, you're right. I think that is my strength, you know, like my potting. But I do need to tighten up just a wee bit with my white ball and try and leave myself the kind of shots, and I'll make it a wee bit easier for myself. So I mean, hopefully just keep it going for the rest of the tournament.
Yesterday and this morning, Renzi said your cue ball was Dunster-esque.
Aye.
Do you think that's a big part of the break being so good that makes the finishes that wee bit better, or is it just you're just feeling it?
Possibly, maybe the breaks, but felt like my white ball was as good as it's been against Gio. I mean, even he said that after, it was just felt like I knew where the white was going pretty much most of the time. And that's usually what lets me down a wee bit, to be fair. So, I mean, if I can tighten up that and keep my potting going, then, you know, quite confident to see how it goes.
Well, congratulations, mate. You're in the semi-final. You play Scott Gillespie next. Massive good luck.
Top man. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate.
second semi-final of Table 8 between Jake Villanova and Ryan David. Remember, it's a race to 8 now, race to 8.
Welcome back, guys. Hold on a wee second, just getting things sorted. Right, guys, that should be us all sorted now. I'm going to be joined very shortly by Sean Michael McGiff. He's going to join us for this match. And we'll see how the rest of the day goes. But it is the first of our semi-finals on the main table. It is the Belhaven Brewery Scottish Saltire Series Event 2 in partnership with Coors, in partnership with Onboard Sportswear, RJM. We're live on Scottish Cuesports live streaming. We are in the world famous McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar, and that is in conjunction with the Players Sports Bar, the Players Lounge in Falkirk. Both of these are the premier events in Scotland. And this year, the Saltire events always take place there, but we also have major Scottish events in there this year as well. So, 2 fantastic venues. If you ever get the chance, guys, I suggest you get yourself down there. And if you get the chance to pop in here, please, please do. You will not be disappointed. Fantastic food, fantastic, friendly people that are in charge of the place and running the place, so you will not go wrong. But it is Scott Gillespie and Ross Fernie, 2 guys that I had in here having a little chat not so long ago, and both of them were absolutely fantastic, really honest about how they go about their business. You can probably hear the outside noise because the Tartan Army will be heading to Hampden very shortly, but I don't know who decided to turn it up so loud. Absolutely chaos, guys, chaos. Well, hopefully you can hear every word that we're saying over the noise. As Ross Fernie goes to go 1 frame to the good. I'm going to turn this off for a wee second, guys, just try and kind of see if I can figure out what's going on with the noise in the background. I think there's an actual piper in, guys. I actually think there's a piper in the building. Yeah, there is. We've got a piper in the building. Seeing everyone's phones out. I was about to go out and tell them to turn that down. Yeah, Walker. Let's turn the guy off. So a bit of a raucous kind of raucous crowd. It's something a bit different today. Obviously the guys will be moving on very shortly to the football, and it will be back to the all serious affair on these tables. Jake Dillon Newlove 1, Ryan Davey 0 in the opposite match. Ryan came through a tense match against Andrew McPhee. And Jake, who put young Ryan Martin to the sword. Fantastic weekend for the youngster. Plays a lot of pool, puts a lot of time in, getting the rewards. And Jake Dillon Newlove always at the business end. And he is again in the semi-final. He was in the final of the previous one. He is a former World Championship finalist. We will be a bit more concentrated shortly, guys, once the Braveheart pipe band leave the premises. What a shot, Ross Fernie. I've had to just turn back on for that. I was just quieting things down a little bit for you guys to watch while we wait on the chaos calming down. However, that shot from Fernie deserved the commentator back on. Walker the talker here, Stevie Walker, live on Scottish Cuesports streaming. I think it's safe to say that Mr. Craig Anderson does a fantastic job, guys, and we all appreciate everything he has done to raise the bar on live pool in Scotland and further afield over the last while, so it is much appreciated. The picture quality first class, and we're getting to see some top talent far more often than we used to, and he's been a big part of that. Yeah, you'll take that, Ross. He was obviously trying to move the yellow there. Screw inside it. Inside the red, just flick the yellow. And he's just managed to catch a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the pipes myself. I'm a very, very proud Scotsman. Anyone that knows me will know that. However, I don't usually look forward to listening to them on a pool event. Listen, guys, I'm going to switch off for a wee second, and then once the pipes and that stop, I will be straight back on. Okay, guys, we're back. We are back. That was a bit of madness there. Something a wee bit different. I think they had actually booked the... I think they booked the Piper a while ago because they were a bit surprised when the Piper came in. And Paul and Natasha were saying, well, you sort them out, you booked them. I can't remember booking them. So maybe the Piper's just very clever. I thought I'll turn up and get myself some wages here. But we're now back, guys. Back on point. Just getting things sorted again. All good, all good. All the wiring in the right places. So, Ross Fernie 3-1 in front here against Scott. You heard earlier on when Ross was talking, saying that he's really feeling the best he's felt in a long while. Scott also saying when he comes to these events, he only comes to win. And the day he stops believing he can win is the day he'll hang up the cue, and it just goes to show that winning mentality is huge, as both of them are in this semi-final, but Fernie edging it so far. Little score on the doors, guys. Jake Dillon Newlove 5, Ryan Davey 1 in the other semi-final. Jake Dillon Newlove heading towards a second Saltire final in a row. So the guy, as I say, the Piper came in, done his bit. Fair play to the guy. I mean, coming into such an enclosed venue, I must say that there's a lot of eyes on them. A lot of people looking at the guy do his business and videoing him and stuff, and that looks like a shift. I mean, you've got some lung capacity to do that, so fair play. But I must admit, for personal comfort in the commentary box, I love the old pipes and the old getting yourself pumped up and stuff, but when you're doing some commentary for a game of pool, it's not exactly my go-to choice to have banging in the background. But it's all over now. It was good. A good wee 15, 20 minutes, whatever it was. And it's back to the task in hand, and a Scott Gillespie. I don't think that yellow at the bottom right corner goes, so he is in a bit of trouble here. And the question of the prize fund: 1,600 to the winner, 1,000 to the runner-up. Beaten semi-finalists are on 700, so both of the losers here on 700. Quarter-finalists have already left with 400, and the last 16 guys on 175. So how is Scott going to work these out? What is his plan? What is he thinking? I think he's landed a bit short on that. Now, has he got fortunate? Eddie, I don't know. I don't know what that means, mate. The first time what happened? The Piper being here? Well, the Piper's been here before, but it's definitely not the... I don't remember being on commentary while the pipes were going before, so... I think I've seen on people's videos that the Piper's been in here before. They've definitely had the Piper before, but I don't know if that's what you mean, mate. John, I think what happened here is a huge segment of the Tartan Army, the officials, obviously Scotland supporters thing, has booked out to come to McGoldrick's today, which is only obviously just along the road for Hampden, and they've chose to come here before the match. So I think the guys have tried to put on a little bit of a show for them and a bit of appreciation for the droves of them that came in today. I would say, again, same as you, it's not the usual thing you would see at a pool tournament. Maybe at an international event for the opening ceremony, something like that. But it's had its place now, and away they go, or away he goes, and it's now back to business. But the venue will be very quiet very, very soon, as most of them head on the direction of Hampden Park. So we will have plenty of quiet time in the next while to concentrate on what we're doing right now, and that is watching some of the best players in the game go head to head. Looks like Ross might be lining up some kind of double here. I'm not sure if he can screw across one cushion and then in towards the two reds. So he might just nip this and just take his medicine on a double. That's the question here, and what he does. Goes one cushion, plays the flick. Put his hand up there in Scott's direction. I'm thinking maybe he was trying to go straight into them. I mean, I've obviously said it in the beginning there. I think that the shot he's played was actually the shot. It's just not come out the way he would have liked. And Ryan Davey and Jake Dillon now love it 6 frames to 1 to Jake in that match. What a shot, Ross Fernie. Such a thin nick. So precise. I honestly didn't even think he could play that there, guys. Can he be a bit of Ross Fernie, man? Wow. I didn't think that shot was on. I'm looking at it on my delayed screen. I thought it was too thin. I thought he would be losing the cue ball. Oh, wow. So once again, he's just getting to that a bit much. Just a touch. He's going to play the double now. Yeah. He's put his hand up to Gibbs there. He's obviously not meant to land on the double. He's not meant to kick the way he did. But he's feeling good, Ross. Sometimes when you're feeling good and you're in that groove, things go your way. And he is a fantastic shot maker into the bargain. So Yep. Ross Fernie 4 frames to 1 in front of Scott Gillespie in this semi-final. Ryan Davey going to bring one back in that match over there. And Ryan did have a chance when he was 5-1 down. I don't know what happened in it. Only looked round and noticed that Jake had got the frame on the board, so it could have looked very different, but it's 6 frames to 2 in that one. And that is our second semi-final, which is taking place on the other stream table for anyone that doesn't want to listen to any commentary. Jake Dillon New Love's break is unbelievable, guys. Absolutely unbelievable. What a break that is. Up we are here at the Belhaven Brewery. Saltire Scottish Series event number 2. Live in McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. Our partners Onboard Sportswear, RJM, Coors, Players Lounge in Falkirk, the other staple for these events. We're live in Scottish Cuesports streaming. Will McPherson. A number of players that play Ultimate have come up and played in these events. One of them not long left, John McAllister. Scott Gillespie, who was on Ultimate only till last year. Dave McNamara was at the last event. Plenty of these players have come up here and played in the Saltire events, mate. So these events are open to all, and numerous players from all walks of life have walked into these. So unfortunately for them all, Liam Dunster has been wiping the floor with everyone. But he lost out to Ross Fernie this weekend. And Ross 4-1 up in the semi-final. Exactly as you've said there, Bob. You have mentioned the draw that these guys have had. Some of the players that's had to be played on the way to this positioning. To think all the way to where they are just now, and the players, I mean, whoever wins this match is going to then have to play either Jake or Ryan, and I think it's going to go down as one of the best wins that anyone might have had, because of the amount of players that they've had to play and go through. I can have a little look right now, guys. Give you an insight to Fernie's had to beat Mark Boyle, Gio Edgar, Liam Dunster, Stephen Campbell, Steed, and Davy Markey beat him at the very beginning. And he also beat John Joe McCauley at the start. So he lost, and then he went into the one-loss side, beat Stephen Campbell. And just the names that he's had to play to get to this stage. Could do the same for Scott Gillespie. Scott Gillespie's beat Clint Jansen, John McAllister, Gavin Robinson, Stephen Walker, myself, John Joe McCauley, and he lost in the beginning to Davy Markey as well. So Davy Markey's actually beat both of these guys. And these two guys are in this semi-final. It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible. But it's just the standard that these guys have had to come through. These events are known as an unofficial major. Jake has actually went through a list of the Scottish boys. He's beat young Ryan Martin, John Owen. He's beat Dylan Stanfield. He's also beat Paul Davis at the start as well. So he's beat Dylan Stanfield twice. He beat Dylan and then beat Dylan again in the last 32 after the redraw. So, and Ryan Davey has beat Andrew McPhee, Jamie Burnett, Keith Robertson. A couple of really tight matches. Logan Hunt and Sean Michael McGiff. So there's been some massive ties, but I think obviously it's been mentioned, the guys at the bottom end of the draw. Ross Fernie and Goobs, the players that they've had to play to go through to get to this stage has been unbelievable. And I think anyone that wins these events, listen, you get what you deserve, and it's very unlikely that you're going to fluke your way to beating all these kind of guys. And as I say, it was Scott Gillespie that actually said these are like an unofficial major because anyone can play in them. There's no restrictions. Guys from Ultimate IPA and any walk of life can play in these events. So some of the talent on show is absolutely exceptional. We've obviously had the likes of your Mark Farnsworth and we've had obviously Clinton Jansen over this weekend as well. Mark's been up for these events with Dave McNamara at the last one. Jake, who is heading for his second final. He's 7-2 up here against Ryan. Second final in a row. And that is some good information. Ross Fernie was actually 4 frames to 1 down against Steed and ended up winning that match 5-4. So yeah, it's been one hell of a tournament so far. He just wants to drop this in. That's it, nice weight. Keeping it very simple. And I got to tell you guys, I think it looks like Ross Fernie is going to take a bit of beating here. And Jake Dylan Newlove in the other match is on a finish against Ryan Davey to put him out. So it's looking very, very likely, unless Scott can mount a big comeback here, it's looking very likely that Jake Dylan Newlove and Ross Fernie might cross swords in the final. What a weekend of pool, and it's going to culminate very, very shortly in what should be a classic final. Jake Dylan Newlove, straight black, guys. I got to say, he has been absolutely flying. And in record time, he has beaten Ryan Davey. Commiserations to a good mate, Ryan. He has dropped at the semi-final stage. He's had a great weekend. He's just ran into a man in fire. Now, big chance for Scott here. There's a Coisty back in there again. Gotta be about AC/DC, man. That's no AC/DC, is it? Pope Buzz used to play against you, and the characters. Remember characters, wow. That takes me back, man. That's obviously a long time now for the characters has been shut. Wow, that was a good place to play pool. That was the good old days when you would go and play in pubs. I mean, it used to be known as a pub pool league kind of thing, and it obviously the pool halls and snooker clubs and whatever have kind of transformed to get the pool tables in. I've got most of the teams now. But our Characters was a good boozer. That was a good pub. Massive chance for Scott here. So ruthless usually. I think this is one of the times where he would have liked another wee inch or two, but I think he can just run. Is he maybe going to go through the gap, stun through the gap and give himself a choice or two here? Can he screw straight back? I think he's obviously been able to nip it. It's obviously exactly what he needed at this point. Just a quick fire breaking dish. Well, I've got to say, he's got a bit of a mountain to climb here. But that is one step closer to Fernie, who is absolutely flying. Yeah, Scott, I totally agree. I mean, I actually take a wee bit of pride in the fact that both of us are still keeping the pubs going, having our own teams and that still playing out at the pubs. I think I grew up in the pubs, and I think it's the heart and soul of some of these leagues, and if you take the pubs out of it, then it's not really an area league. Before you know it, it's just a pool hall league. So, this shows you how things can. Oh wow! Ross would have loved that yellow to just stay over the top bag, but I think he might have a chance here if he can play the red onto the yellow plant and kick the black. That's what he's looking at. I think the big thing, Paul, is I don't know if it's anything. I don't think it's really anything to do with the smoking ban, to be honest. That didn't really affect our family pub and stuff like that. The things that affected it was the fact that you can go to a supermarket and buy 24 beers for a tenner when it's costing you £6 and £7 for one pint. Now, do you know what I mean? I think more live sport on TV, and now you've got groups of guys or whatever it is just catching up with each other in a man cave or a living room watching the football with a cootin, putting their bets on, and they're saving hundreds and hundreds of pounds. So, but for me, I grew up, my family obviously had the pubs growing up, and I absolutely loved every minute of it. And for me, I don't think you can beat the atmosphere of a good old local pub. It's second to none. But as venues for pool goes, I don't think you can get better than this. This is just exceptional. It ticks every box. And for a tournament, especially of this magnitude, this is what you want, and this is what we've got. I think Ross has got to play the plant here, guys. I think it's one of these situations where I think it's one of these situations where 5-2 up, risk reward. So there you go. He's played the first shot pretty well. I think the yellow goes to the right middle. The red should. Well, maybe it's not on. That's a long way off. Maybe played it a bit like a shot to nothing, knowing he was running the yellow and the red a wee bit closer to the. Nah, he's not. He's just missed that because if he pots it, he's not really got a whole lot on. Yellow to the top left corner, possibly, but Yeah, he's up against it. He was up against it from there, definitely chasing the cue ball a bit. However, there's still work to be done here for Scott. As much as all the Reds would go, I mean, the red he's closest to, if he drops inside it, he can play it in the left middle, bottom left, he can play it at the top. These guys are just so good that they'll just drop on these balls. They won't even try and kick anything out. So it's just a case of Scott working out how he's going to drop on that ball. I think he's got a chance here. Yeah, killing the black. It's very, very clever from Scott. Straightforward hit for me, just one cushion and nudge the two yellows, but it now means Scott can get his balls into position next. However, same idea as the red down the bottom right. If Ross decides to go, and if he can go, he can just drop on that black, even get high side of it, and then he'll have it in the bottom corner, or even if he drops inside it, he's got it in the opposite top corner pocket. So it might have had a factor. It might have had a factor. It's just for me, where I was from in our area, it never really made a difference, to be honest. All the same people were still coming. Never noticed a difference at all. But one thing I did notice was that we weren't all stinking anymore. I do believe it was for the best, in my opinion, but that was probably my selfish view on it. But I didn't really notice a difference. Our pub was pretty good, pretty busy. All the people coming every single week. I think the fact that we had the late licence meant that loads of people would come every weekend at certain times. It was good, but the old pub days were the best. But now it's different. It's totally different. Alistair's he's put that on there. It's not the same anymore. It's a different world we're in. When you walk into a pub now and everybody's sitting staring at their phone, hardly anyone's speaking to each other. You actually question if they're actually having a conversation through text. It's oh wow, Scott, that's knocked you out the way you were hoping there, mate. Oh, definitely, the characters team was good. I'm definitely one of the top teams in the league. There was always like that old kind of famous top four, if you want to call it that, and you obviously had characters and elders, the Roadhouse, the Ingonook. But they were amazing times. It's good that we've got these venues, McGoldrick's obviously, and players, and you go further afield to your shooters and shots and all these different places up and down the country. It is good that we've got all these venues. It's just, I think the heart and soul of a lot of local areas was always the pub, and I think that's what helped to make them kind of that scheme type place where you got that sense of community, and I think having a good local pub always kind of magnified that. So I've always been a pub guy. I've always been, if you give me a choice of anywhere to go and play pool and just to have a laugh with the locals, and I'm picking a pub every time. Of course I am. But we're just so spoiled these days, I think, to have a venue like this for these events. It's why the players from up and down the country are coming. It's why Clinton Jansen's here, John McAllister's here. It's why Dave McNamara's been up, Mark Farnsworth, and the list goes on and on and on. All the top guys that have came and played in here. And I don't think that will stop anytime soon. It's the old thing. What is it? Can't mind the name of the film. Field of Dreams. If you build it, they will come. I think that's exactly what Paul's did here. He spent a number of years playing the game at a high level, and he's looked at it. What do the players complain about? What are they happy about? What do they look for? And he's trying to put it all together in this venue. And He deserves all the success that he gets. Scott going to try and just flick off the red and maybe go behind the black again here. It's a tough shot, if that's what he is thinking about playing, because you don't want to move the red anywhere from that corner. So the fact is, there's a chance on the yellows. You can slide off the yellow at the bottom right, flick the other plant in, and all of a sudden you've got a chance. But what is Scott thinking here? Is there enough of the top cushion to get in behind this red here? Oh, wow. That is a frame-winning shot for me. I do not think Ross can get out of there. Yeah, I'm not so sure he can get out here. It looks. I think the issue here is the cue ball does fit out, but the fact is it can't get out. Yeah, there's no chance. Not a chance. No, Renzi's over refereeing this, but I really don't think he has to. I don't see how he can get out. Yeah, he was never getting out there. That was impossible. I don't know what Scott was kind of insinuating there, that it was a DF maybe? I don't know. I don't think he could get out, and I think it's a silly rule that in a position like that, should it be a re-rack, guys? You're all watching. It's impossible, absolutely impossible to get out just because the cue ball can fit out. I find that a silly rule. What can fit? I get when it's here in the middle of the table, if someone plays a good snooker, you can get in the gap, but that there is physically impossible for Ross to get out. So I find in situations like that, it's when you can't actually play the cue ball properly, then I just don't think you should be. I think it should be a re-rack in that situation. That's my opinion. As I say, it's different if you're snookered on a ball and you've got the cue ball and you can try and fit it to that. That's different. But there's not an actual shot that you can play there. It kind of takes away from the way the match is played, if you know what I mean. Yeah. It was very hard, not impossible. That was impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was no way he could get out of there. He was playing directly onto the knuckle. It was there. There was no way on earth he could get out. No chance on earth. because the cue ball could get out. I get that the cue ball could go out, but you couldn't actually get out without hitting the red. If you lifted the cue ball up and rolled it round in a curve and brought it out, yeah. I suppose there's a fine line, guys. A fine line between that decision. I quite like that there for Brad. If you've got two players that say, look, this is basically impossible for me to play this shot. Right, that's true, it is. And you're saying, well, I need the foul, I need the two shots. So it creates a grey area in the sense of there's not many players who are in the who have laid that snooker that's going to allowed. Who's going to allow a re-rack when you're in the favourable position? That's the problem. I think when a shot is physically impossible to play, just because, as I say, just because the ball can get out and in, doesn't mean that you can physically play that shot. But I mean, it probably doesn't happen enough for anyone to change that rule, to be fair. So I get that, but I just think, like Scott obviously saying to Renzi, I think Scott was maybe thinking he might have preferred a re-rack there because he's saying to Renzi, listen, he couldn't get out. He was always fouling there, so how's it not a DF? Well, it's not a DF because the cue ball can fit out and he's tried to get out, and it's like, but he was not. You've got that back and forth, and I must admit, I struggle sometimes with some of the grey area shots, if you want to call them that. Listen, guys, regardless of what anyone thinks, there's no way possible that Ross could have got out, not hit the red, and hit one of the yellows from the position of the balls. He could put his hand on the cue ball, push it forward, bring it round to the right, and pass the red. He can do that, but unfortunately, you can't do that in the game. So, no, I'm not, Gurney, I'm not saying Scott wanted a re-rack. What Scott's saying to Renzi there, he's just come over, and what he said to Renzi is, it doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. He was always hitting my ball there, and it's ended up I'm in a worse position. So what he was saying is, he's not saying it should have been a re-rack, not in a million, no, never in a million years. What he's saying is, he's ended up worse off because he's ended up with 3 balls dead from a shot that Ross can't get out. It's just that's probably the grey area where. What did Scott gain out of it? Not much. I've actually had that numerous times throughout the years where you've had to basically say to your opponent or the referee, I can't play this without fouling. And they go, yeah, I know, but because the ball physically fits through that gap, even though it's impossible for you to play a shot to get through the gap, just because the cue ball fits, and then you basically foul, knowing that you're going to foul. To me, it's a deliberate foul if you know you can foul, and it's where I think you couldn't call a DF because the shot is obviously not possible to get out just because the cue ball fits. It then I just think some of these rules could be maybe a wee bit better common sense wise, but see, in my opinion, guys, I still think the re-rack there probably benefited Scott more than it would have Ross, because Ross was in control of the frame, and Scott still had the red on the top cushion, and then after that shot from Ross that he could never get out, he's ended up with a red on the side cushion and one dead at the bottom right. All of a sudden, Scott's still not been able to place way into this frame from the 2 shots. It's a tough one. Yeah, according to the rules, Gurney, and I agree with you that's not what I'm saying. What I'm meaning is the shot was impossible, and regardless of what you say, just because the cue ball could fit through doesn't mean that the shot was possible. I just think there's a grey area there that probably a bit of common sense. There's no doubt in my mind, Scott's not sitting there right now thinking, oh, I've made a mess of this with it. He's thinking, I got no benefit out of that. Not one. He really didn't. He didn't get any benefit from that at all. And it could cost him a frame if Ross pops this in. And it could end up costing him the match, guys. This is for 6-2, 5-3. It's absolutely huge. And he's played a phenomenal shot, Scott. And there's no reward in it. That's where I'm alluding to the great. I know the rules. I know the rules are quite simple. It's if the ball fits through, it's not a re-rack and it's not a DF. And I get and I'm not saying. I just think maybe a wee bit of common sense needs to be brought into some of these kind of rules. Just because something fits doesn't mean it's possible. Do you know what I mean? But I think Scott will be more aggrieved the fact that he's played a great shot and he's got absolutely no benefit from it. And that to me is the sole thing. But wow, wait a minute here. Wait a minute, guys. All of a sudden, he's done that a few times this weekend. Just the reaction of the cloth. This cue ball could go anywhere. And he's missed the black. Wow. Whoa, wow. Just goes to show, guys. Anything is possible. And one bad positional shot from Ross. He's just overscrewed. And he's left himself the thin cut on the black. And all of a sudden, from looking at a 6-2 lead, it's going to be 5-3. Unbelievable. What a turn of events that is. Wow. Oh, he's missed that. Yeah, Scott's. I must admit, guys, the two of these guys are good mates of mine, but I feel a bit for Scott here. I'd love to see Fernie go all the way and win it, and the same for Scott, but it's there's maybe one or two things leading up to that point, but even after Renzi, after the foul, you could see that he was still really, really aggrieved there. Yeah, he's absolutely delighted to be joined by Ryan Davey. Ryan just about to join us. He's just getting his microphone and that on. And I'm actually delighted, mate, that you've came in right now, because that instance a moment ago with Scott, where he's played a good snooker, and Ross couldn't physically get the ball out. Mm-hmm. And so there's been a wee bit of debate on here about DFs or re-racks. I said I think in that instance maybe a re-rack should be called because it's physically impossible. Scott's played a good snooker, but he's got no reward out of it. Ross gets out, he hits the red, all of a sudden Scott's got 3 balls dead. He might have a foul, but there's no real reward in it, and he's ended up, he's lost the frame, and you could see he was a bit aggrieved. What's your thinking on instances like that?
So, do you think that should have been a re-rack then? Is that what you think?
I felt in that situation, Scott's played a great shot, but I said for the start, guys, I don't think he's going. I just didn't think he was going to get any reward out of it. I knew Ross was always going to hit his red on the way out. The chances are it was going to come down into cushion, and it's exactly what happened. And all of a sudden, Scott, and I seen Scott talking to Renzi. I wasn't sure exactly what he was saying, but then I've heard he said, "Look, what am I supposed to do there?" He was always going to foul, and I've ended up worse off.
See, this is the problem with Phil, is there's got to be some sort of common sense that comes into it. You know, when it comes to referees, you know, and a guy like like Renzi, you would be able to trust him and his judgment. And I mean, to be honest, I had a situation with Logan Hunt yesterday. I had a good game with Logan, and he's hung a black over the bag. I've got 2 yellows, basically next to it, and the gap to go through. It took Renzi about 10 minutes to decide if the white could go through or not, and it just went through. But see for where he was, there was absolutely no way he's getting through that gap. No way. And what's happened is he's actually come out of the snooker and it hit my ball like he was always going to do, and it's actually made it really awkward for me.
Aye, right.
Whereas when the guy hangs a black and you've got a ball over it and it still goes, you should be big fave.
Yeah, exactly.
I actually left him, so I've ended up having to leave my one cushion because he's knocked one of the balls out the road. A one cushion to put his black, and luckily for me, he's clipped my ball before getting in. But that's basically the same situation there. I had zero advantage in that situation because of that. So I do think they need to use a bit more common sense.
See, I've said to some of the guys are saying there's some grey areas in that, and I think, well, what we need to do with some of these rules is apply common sense. Simple. It doesn't need to be that every situation's exactly the same, but in certain instances, common sense must prevail. And I think I could see Scott's reaction, and I knew from the start. We'd mentioned it on here, and I'm thinking that's a phenomenal shot he's played. But it's ending up kind of costing him to play such a good shot and get no reward out of it. That's where I think, and I know people will say, but the ball could physically get out. Yeah, if you lift it with your hand and run it, now you can't play the shot, and he's always fouling. It's not a DF. And then Scott's thinking, so it's not a DF, but it's worse off now. So where's the reward in the good shot? And that's where I think, as you've said, common sense is key.
Yep. No, 100%. So it looks like Ross is going to go 7-2 up.
Yeah.
He's been flying all weekend. From what I've seen, I've not seen him miss a ball anyway. So
he's been. He said to me last night that he's felt the best he's felt in a long time, and we all know how good he is at the best of times. So if he's feeling good, then he's obviously a sword head for anybody.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that as well, because he's a great guy, Ross. You know, so is Scott as well. But it's nice that Ross is feeling like that.
It's 7-2.
7-2, and it's going to be it's a long way back. I mean, I've just come off that game there against Jake, and I felt the same. As soon as you go 4 or 5 frames down to these guys, I mean, I would never give up, and I never think that I can't win the game. But it's just so hard because these guys are so good. The breaks are all massive, and you just know they're not going to make many mistakes.
No,
so
exactly. You need
struggling.
Basically to be breaking and dishing, getting some reverse dishes or some big mistakes, and then keeping. And it's like so many things need to go your way just to club. Even a small lead against some of these guys can be a mountain.
Yep, no, definitely, 100%.
And Jake looks like he's playing pretty well.
He was absolutely class there. I mean, I think he missed one ball. He missed one ball, and I missed 2 balls in the match, and he beat me 8-2. So it just shows you the difference, and the difference was a break.
Aye.
So I've missed one ball more than him, and he's beat me 8-2. So fair play to him.
That's incredible.
Been talking about breaks. that was a good hit.
That looks. Yellows are standing out.
As long as the yellow next to the red goes, then I'm not saying he should definitely get it, because it is a wee bit awkward, but you fancy him in this kind of form to get that.
What about yourself over the full weekend, Ryan? Did you feel quite good? I know you ended up on the shot clock in the quarterfinals with Andrew McPhee. Didn't know I basically came out and I was talking to some of the guys, and the next thing it was Paddy that said to me, "Man, are they on a shot clock?" Because Renzi was sitting on the phone, and I don't even know how long these had been played, because I know your match had been held back.
So we weren't even playing that long. It was because of that, because we get held back. He put us on a shot clock, but Renzi done us both dirty actually. So he's put us on the shot clock and not gave us an extension.
Oh wow!
And he was supposed to. He said to me, I said to him after it, Renzi, "What's going on with the extension?" He said, "I just made that up."
What?
He said, "I just made that not to give you an extension." I'm thinking that was the difference between me probably winning like 2 of the frames that I lost there, was just having that a bit extra time to think. So, I mean, from the break, as soon as it goes to 30 seconds like that, especially when you get not extended, it's a shootout. It's just a shootout.
Definitely.
I feel like it's really hard to go tactical at any point, and it's hard to take your time and think about these kind of things. So, I mean, that's the reason for it. The reason they do this is to speed guys up, but you also change your game as well with it.
No, of course.
And that's what I struggle with. I do struggle with it, but luckily I think I got a big fluke. So, talking about over the full weekend, I know you asked me.
Aye.
Overall, I played well, but I don't think I really hit my top game at any point. But I was happy with my mentality. My mentality was really good. You know, missing balls and then just putting it out my head straight away. That's something that I've got really good at. And I mean, the game that I lost, I've only lost one game. I came through the winner's side, so lost one game to Jake, and he played
He's
absolutely class. So yeah, fair play to him. What about yourself?
I mean, generally, I got off to a decent start.
I saw your first game, you were flying, absolutely flying.
I had the cue ball on a string, I was breaking great, and then it was like the next match, it was a wee bit later on. I was on one of the first matches, then a few hours later I was on against young Ryan. Played well, don't get me wrong. He had a slight run of the balls to an extent, but I've missed a chick said to me tonight, he went, Stephen, I've watched that back, and I watched it last night and I've watched it again back, and he said, I cannot believe that yellow's not dropped. He went, you've landed absolutely plumb on the black, and then all of a sudden you're chasing, and I just couldn't seem to get back in. And then but it was mad because I went from breaking like a god and really potting well, and not even potting well, I didn't really miss much, but positionally I was so good, to then all of a sudden these wee flicks and kicks weren't going my way, and all of a sudden I was kind of chasing. But I actually felt I didn't come in with any expectations because I've not played a lot. I wasn't really well for the last wee while, so I just thought going in, and then the match against Steed, that's gave me some building blocks, because I've played like that over the last while, just not consistently. So I'm just looking at the positives and thinking if I can slowly start getting more consistent with that, then who knows.
That's just all right. What are you doing in this situation? Because I think he's come down for the double, but he's not played it hard enough. He's looking at going 2 across. I think you've got to leave yourself the double here.
Definitely.
Yeah, he's done that. Because I think he needs to screw it. He needs to screw it so that he can miss the reds, go off the 2 cushions, miss the reds, and come down the table. The middle bag shouldn't be in play at that angle either, so I fancy him to get this.
Big shot.
Oh, wow.
And he couldn't have done much more with the white there.
No, he was bang on with it. That was, it's as close as it's going to go without dropping, but I mean, obviously you fancy Scott taking these 7-3 and then his break 7-4. It's never over. So at this level with these kind of guys playing as well, it's never over. So it's a big climb though for Scott.
Yeah, it is, and especially with Ross playing as good as he's playing. But I mean, if anybody can drag you back from 7-2, Scott Gillespie's up there.
100%. Don't see any problems here. I guess the ball next to the black into the right middle is your last ball, and then shouldn't be a big issue. Seen Scott Grady saying Jake to win. The way he's playing, it wouldn't shock me. It definitely wouldn't shock me. It'll be a great final. Whoever gets through here to play Jake, it'll be an absolutely class final. But he'll take a lot of beating playing like that.
This will be second Saltire final in a row. He lost to Liam in the last one, and he wasn't best pleased after it. He said Liam milked a few things and took a bit long on a few things, but
that doesn't sound like Liam.
No, exactly. But when you were watching on the screen, one of the shots in particular that Jake spoke about, it did look a tough shot. He was kind of cutting it back, stunning off the top cushion through a gap. And I said that there was a lot of variables in that, and Jake went, he was bang on it. But he just, I think it was, Liam was just being Liam, but it's not Liam's title this week, so maybe Jake can get over the line. But Ross Fernie is on the hill. Scott Gillespie's going nowhere.
Oh no,
that's a few he's missed.
Is it? No, it's not like him. It's definitely not like him. This is a tough shot, but it's a free shot. Ross will be looking at this as a free shot because he should never get back to the table there. I think Scott went down to it quite quick. He's obviously, I mean, it's so hard to be playing all weekend. If fatigue can kick in. It's so hard to keep up a standard, and especially mentally as well.
Yeah.
To stay strong and stay focused throughout the full weekend.
Is there ever a time you go off the top cushion here, or you just always just rolling it in?
I think I'm going for it. I don't think I would ever go off the cushion
Yeah.
here. If it was closer to the pocket,
Yeah.
maybe definitely, but what about the safety?
Well, I was actually talking to Ross, it wasn't that long ago, and I was in a situation similar to this.
In fact, that's a shot. The safety's a shot.
And I went for the pot, and I missed. It was very similar to this, and it cost me the match. And I said after that, I went, I can't believe I did that. I should have just played the safety and took my medicine kind of thing. And he went, no chance, Stevie. He went, I would rather go out trying to win than trying not to lose, which made me think he was always going to take the pot on there.
That's a great shot. He's played that so well. No, I see. So it's 7 each. Jenky would have played that as well.
No, not exactly. I think it's 7-2. You can play that comfortably and knowing that you're likely to get another chance. But I mean, that was his exact words to me. I would rather get beat going for the win rather than trying not to lose. But at that point, I'm thinking, I've just made a mess. It was very similar to that. Same idea, knowing that if I missed the tough pot, I was gifting the frame in the match. But obviously in that situation, he wasn't giving away a match. In mine's, I think it was 7 or 6 each, whatever the match was. It was in here.
Yep.
And I've ended up losing it. But same situation. But Ross is in the final.
Yep, well done, Ross.
If you were to put your neck in the line, mate, it's tough, isn't it?
It's so tough. I mean, it's just the breaks, isn't it? It's whoever gets the best breaks. Because this table, so I played in this table last night, and I played on table 8. I think I played in a different table every match I've played on, and they've all broke so different. So it's whoever manages to nail the break. But I mean, Jake, the way Jake's hit, you can't hit a ball harder than that. The way he's hitting the break. So I don't think the table will matter to him. But Ross cut breaks, so that could make a difference. Although he's been hitting it really well too. But I'll say the guy that breaks the best will win in this match.
I seen that, and because obviously the other stream table was in here, and I was getting to watch wee bits and bobs of your matches it was on. And I actually mentioned it on the stream. I says, by the way, Jake Dillon Newlove's break is unbelievable.
Oh, frightening.
Some of them were balls were just flying all around the table. And next thing you know, he's going down and just rolling them in. It's a bit of a weapon. I mean, Gareth Hibbett for me is arguably the best front ball break I've ever seen in my life. Boyle off the side. Jake's isn't a million miles away from what I've seen.
No, from what I've played against anyway, I don't think there's many people that's broke as well as that. I played him in an IP event in here as well. It was a first to 10 event, and he broke the same way. It was just massive. His break was huge, and my break's probably the weakest point in my game as well. So it's just hard to compete against that.
Ross Fernet, Jake Dillon Newlove.
Who do you think?
Do you know that conversation with Ross last night, and the fact that the players that he's beat on the way? I mean, I mentioned it earlier. Ross has beat Mark Boyle, Gio Edgar, Scott Gillespie, Liam Dunster.
Wow.
And now he's had to beat all these guys just to get to this final.
Incredible.
Now, the mad thing about these two guys, Scott Gillespie and Ross, Davy Markey beat both of them yesterday. And both of them end up back in, and then they meet each other in the semi-final. But they think Big Davy's beat both. But now it's Ross. But the players he's beat on the way to this final is just unbelievable.
Nah, that's absolutely frightening. I mean, you deserve to win a tournament for that. You know, you'll actually win a lot of tournaments and not get as hard a draw as that.
Exactly. I say that if he wins this, it's going to be, he'll be up there with one of the best. Jake's obviously had a tough enough draw himself, but that's serial winners.
Oh,
Ross has beat on the way here.
Definitely. No, there's a big difference between the two draws, but it all comes down to this one.
Exactly.
Now.
That's it.
Yeah, you would feel hard done by for Ross getting beat.
You go and beat. I mean, they're the guys that you think, I might run into one of them in the semis or the final, but to hit them all the way through is. But that's Scott actually spoke about it. He came in here after his quarterfinal match, and he said, Stevie, I actually think these are like the majors.
Impossible.
Renzi did say earlier that his eyes are painted on right enough, so
think there's still an ongoing debate about this shot. To be honest, I didn't see the shot.
Explain to the viewers, I'm actually going to show you how to get out of here.
So Renzi can pot it for the situation it was in. Renzi can actually pot the ball.
Aye. Renzi was in earlier saying, somebody mentioned him about him refereeing. He says, look, I'm only doing it because other people aren't available. My eyes are gone. I can't see it. He says, the obvious things now are getting tough for me to see, so... oh, is he?
I think Renzi's going to set it up then, shows how to do it. And he's going to use a rest instead of the cue as well.
But here's the problem.
That's how confident he is.
But here's the problem, that's not where they were. What is he doing?
Could be a hole in the table. So is that where the balls were?
Nah.
Was it worse or was it?
It was worse because what the actual cue ball was more or less welded to the left hand
inside.
So he could only play off straight into the knuckle. He couldn't. There was no actual angle to come.
And then obviously when he's hitting the knuckle, he's hitting the red.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
He can't avoid that.
So that's what Scott was saying to Renzi after it. Renzi he's always hitting him up. I don't know if Scott's saying why is it no a DF or what. I think he's probably thinking there's got to be some kind of common sense. I don't even know what that approach is or how you go about it, but you couldn't. It was. You could bring the ball out with your hand, but you couldn't physically get out without hitting the red.
No, that's when the common sense has to come into it, and they've got to look at that and say, can we actually play or can anybody play? I had a situation years ago. I think it was against Liam Dunster in one of the tournaments, and Charing Cross. This is a long time ago, and I was in a similar situation. I had a moan about it at the time, and it was the same. The white was in the pocket. On the knuckle, and there was two balls in front of it. I just could. There's no legal shot I could have played, and I've just had to play it. I think we took a picture at the time and we actually sent it to Renzi, and Renzi says no, you need to play the shot because there is a gap.
There's Ross setting, but you see that's what Renzi's showing here, and this is what I'm trying to. Because you can physically pull the ball round with your hand doesn't mean you can get out.
You can do it with a cue.
Do you know what I mean?
I know
it's
exactly.
Like, so Renzi's saying, but the cue ball goes through the gap, and nobody's questioning that.
No.
It's like, but what you're... so right away it's an automatic foul. You know you're fouling. The referee knows you're fouling. Your opponent knows you're fouling. It's not a deliberate foul. And obviously it can't be because you know you can't get out. So it's like... I know there's a few people saying there's a bit of a grey area there, and I think, well, if common sense comes into it, it takes the grey area out the equation. Can't get out here, guys. What do you think? He's going to foul. You might end up worse off. Do you agree like they do in snooker?
That conclusive now then, boys.
Oh, definitely.
Because see the thing as well for me, right? So we're talking about common sense. Some of it is down to human perception as well.
Yeah,
a total snooker is down to human perception. So Renzi, when that situation I had with Logan yesterday, Renzi actually put the white through it first, and I'm looking at it for the other side, and I can see the white can go through. And Renzi went, I think it's a rear rack. And I says, can you double check that? And when he double checked it, it wasn't. But think about how many calls over the years has been. I don't even want to say the word wrong because it's not wrong.
No.
Different opinion than to someone else over the years. So if you can do that for a total snooker, then why can't you do that for a situation like that? Why can't the referee go, you can't play a shot here? Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Well, in snooker, two players can agree. The two guys can say, listen, let's set them up again. And I think in some situations, if we allow the common sense approach to come in and a couple of players say, listen, this might work out. I've played a good shot here and I might get punished for it. You're in a bit of trouble. What are we thinking here?
Yep.
Then you could bring something as simple as that in. But as you say, I played Goobsy yesterday, and I've went down and I've said, I think I can see an edge of that, and he's looked and he's went, Stevie, I don't think you can. Maybe you should get the ref to look. And I'm thinking, it's like I'm calling for you and you're calling for me. I says there's definitely. He says I think there might be a wee edge, mate, but I don't think you can hit it. And I says, but Scott, that's
the
fact that
it's not a total snooker.
I said it's not a snooker, and he went, I'd still prefer you go to the ref so it doesn't look bad on me. And I went, mate, it's not a total, and that's it. And he's went, right, okay. But it's like his perception based on the fact that he is right. I couldn't hit the ball directly. It was impossible. But the edge was sticking out. The way I had to play it, I had to kind of jack up and get round. But it was possible. It's just you could try it 100 times and maybe get it once or twice.
Exactly.
It was so minuscule, the edge that you were. So, and I said to him, if I hit it, I'm hitting a cushion anyway. But again, that's that perception. Some people, John McGinn did it the other night in the Lolas. He said total, and I went down and I've looked. I didn't ask for a total, and I've looked and I've just went down. I'm on the pot, and he's just stepped in front of me, went down, looked down, and said total, and I'm like, oh, and I've just went down and rolled right through the gap, potted the ball, and he looked at me and went, maybe it wasn't a total. And then I went, I never asked you for a total. It's just. I mean, obviously he's helping Mark out with doing all the refereeing and travelling up and down, but it was just funny the way that's not even perception to me. That's just mad.
Yeah, I know exactly. Nah, this is going to be one of the rules where it is very, very difficult to find a good answer for it.
No, true.
Because I mean, it comes to, we're talking about people saying, agree to a re-rack. I seen one of the comments said that. There's Paul Ramsey said that, and I agree with Paul, but. The thing is about certain guys at play pool, you couldn't trust them, to be honest.
I know.
And you couldn't trust, if he's in control, he can just stand up and go, no, I don't want to react. And then what do you do?
That's exactly what I said. I mean, because if you're the one that's in a degree of control, you can say, and I think that's where you need to have maybe a strong-minded referee in the building that says, listen guys, I get it, but I'm going to have to use my authority here and make a decision based on a common sense approach. I don't really care who's in charge or who's winning or who's favourite. This is just nonsense. And that's
it.
And that's a tough thing. And I think that there's a lesser grey area than somebody could say. Well, but then what if there's a gap to get through to your ball, but you're on the other side of the table? Well, that's different. You're actually snookered when you've got the whole table to try and play a shot. That's a totally different thing altogether. Other than you can't actually physically play a shot. It's different.
That's it. The more I think about it, in that situation, they should have re-racked the balls.
Yeah.
And the referee should have said it's a re-rack. And the thing that really comes into my head is, see if it's a very, very tight, fudgy frame, and there's been so many shots played, a referee can come over and say, right, guys, 3 shots each, because I've seen it happen before. 3 shots each, and we're re-racking it. That's totally down to his call and his percent. So if he can do that in that situation, then he should be able to do it here as well.
100%.
So it's something to think about, because it would definitely help the game as well, because that's what you're going to do.
No.
What are you going to do in that situation?
Scott was obviously already up against it, and I think if we were to speak, he would probably turn around and say, it wasn't going my way anyway, but you could see the minute the shot was played that he was speaking to Renzi, and then when Renzi took a wee kind of walk over, and I've kind of given everything all right, and he's went, Scott wasn't happy. But you could see why he's getting... He played a fantastic shot and it cost him. It's like, now that's where it takes the grey area away for me and more common sense.
Yep, definitely.
You shouldn't get punished for playing such a good shot, and that's what happened to Scott there.
Definitely.
Here's the final of Saltire Series Event 2.
Ross winning the lag, and that could be a big shot, especially the way these two guys are playing. If it goes to a decider especially. And I always think as well, when you're playing these kind of guys, winning the lag is huge. See getting off to a good start, getting a break condition, and your opponent's thinking, I need to do this back. I played the game earlier and lost the lag, 2-0 down straight away.
It's massive, isn't it? As you say, all of a sudden, your first break is under pressure. And, and people say, you've got the whole match. Against these guys where the break is so important, and like myself and Steve yesterday, we had a comment. He said, Stevie, you were amazing there. I mean, your break was good, but you played great. But then the next matches, my break was all right, but I wasn't getting the opportunities to go and play. And the break is massive. If you get a couple of good breaks to start off and your opponent doesn't, all of a sudden you're under all sorts of pressure.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, he's hitting that break so well. So that's the thing I notice about the cut break is, from that side, from the left side of the table, as we look at it, you get a ball into the left middle if you hit it correct, and you actually have to hit it with a bit of check side.
That's
to do
it.
that.
So you want to reverse the cue ball off the cushion, and it's
because it spins. It seems to spin the balls, and the ball seems to track over there all the time. Liam's got that down to a T when he does it.
Robert Stephen used to, when me and him used to play quite a lot not so long ago, and the last maybe 12 months I've not had a lot of time on the table, but we used to play and his break was unbelievable. He didn't hit them hard, very similar to Liam. He would just cue it in.
Time it,
he would get that ball and he would always have a chance. And I remember Barry Thompson messaged me and said, and I was moaning about my break, and he says, you need to try and do it similar to Robert. Roberts is unbelievable. Well, the last year, Robert's been having nightmares with his break. But you know what's funny? And I don't think anybody's really... I spoke to him today about it. He used to break only using his playing cue.
Yep.
He's now went through about 4 or 5 different break cues to try and replicate a break he already had.
Yeah.
And different tips on them. That this one's got a bullet tip, this one's got a clear, this one's got this. And I think he was at his best when he was just breaking with his normal playing cue and the control he was getting on the cue ball and the tip. And it's actually mad. And he said, Stevie, I've never even thought of that. I'm just trying to find an answer. And he went, I'll maybe even try my playing. I said, no, I'm not saying you need to use your playing cue, but that's when, before he had the idea of having a break cue, all of a sudden he's struggling with his break. It's a big shot, and you say I struggle with mine mostly. You're the same, and if you've got a big break in the game these days, you've got a chance.
That's it. I mean, I think I've got I've got a break cue, and I bought one from Morgan, one of the on cue break cues, and I mean everybody raves about them, and they're brilliant. It's just I just can't. I think it's my cue power. I think I've got a problem with cue power.
Guaranteed balls unless you're Ryan Davey.
Exactly. Because cue power wise, I can hit the ball hard, but I'll lose all control over it. So I'm getting off, the white's flying everywhere, and that's where these cues seem to be the most effective, is when you hit them hard.
Yeah.
Because I've got probably about 5 breaks that I do with my 2 cues, and 9 times out of 10 I'll start with the break cue and then put it away after a few shots and then just break with my playing cue, and that's what I did for the rest of the tournament. And I broke better with my break, but it's still not up to the standard of these guys. It's nowhere near it.
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. George Payton was in here earlier. I don't know if you've seen George, but he's always been a big advocate for his break, and
he's got a monster break.
And he says to me today, he went, Stevie, I would put my break up against anybody's. He went, it's just I've had a lot of problems on the table in the sense of going and playing to the level that he wants to play at. He says, but he's over the last while he's changed it up a wee bit, because he's thinking when he's opening the balls up, if he doesn't get them, he's gifting his opponents. So now he's looking at different breaks where if he gets a ball, he's having to play his way into the frames, and it's mad. And obviously that's a confidence thing as well. It
is not, but it's actually a great point that you make as well, because I've found myself doing it. So I've found myself cut breaking because I'm not confident in my break, knowing that if I get dry, it could be more messy for my opponent. And I do that at most tournaments I play, and you can't win tournaments like that.
No.
Because it's negative. You can't. I mean, I get quite a lot of good runs. I'm pretty consistent. I'm happy with my game. But more than often, I'll come to maybe a semi-final and then somebody will just blow me away because the break's so good, and I'm breaking hoping that I go dry and leave a couple of balls in the cushion. It's such a big shot, and I don't know. You can practice it. I have practiced it, and I've just not got it yet at all. I won't give up.
No,
there'll be a break there for me somewhere, but it's mind numbing.
I think it's like Robert was talking about one of his matches yesterday where he was breaking like a god and everything was great, and then he went on against Clint earlier and it was going against him. I played a wee while ago on here against Charlie Shaw. We were on this TV table 10, and he ended up after the match, he said, Stevie, do us a favour, and I've beaten him, it was maybe 7-2 or something. It was the Glasgow Singles League, and apparently I was constantly getting certain balls. So he set the balls up and said, go, do me a favour and break. And I went, why? He's like, so I did it, and then he's like, do it again. I did it again, and then he says, that's incredible. You're getting the balls every time. And I says, what do you mean? I says, are you suggesting I'm maybe cheating? And he went, no. I'm just thinking if you work at that, that's some break. You were getting these balls and this, and I thought, and I'm like, strange setting them up, as if he was setting them up to see if I was doing something different.
Yep.
But then I went 2 tables down to play Barry Thompson in the final, and I didn't get a ball the full match. 2 tables down in the same night, doing the same thing. And I just think there's certain, the cloth might be slightly more worn, the balls might be slightly more used. I don't know what it is, but it just seems like table to table is different.
Well, there's Jake just broke straight away and went in off. Fairs breaking, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2? So it was dry as
Yeah,
well.
it was dry.
And he's getting like 5 balls when he plays against me in that table, 2 tables down from it. So how much of it do you think is luck?
Oh, I actually think you can time it as good as you want, but I think where the balls finish and how they finish and whether you get a ball or not is massively down to luck. And you know, guy that's no long, I don't know if he's left yet, Scott Gillespie, he actually says to me, it was a few weeks back at the World Championships, and he said, listen, he went, my break's not exactly been going perfect this weekend. He says, but it's down to luck. This was, we were having an interview. He says, but I just think you can work on the timing, you can work on cueing the exact spot. He says, but if you were to get some kind of software or data that you can say, right, you've hit the exact point every single time. He says, Stevie, I guarantee you they would never come out the exact same. He went, so yeah, you can time them, yeah, you can work on certain things. He says, but I do believe that wholeheartedly it boils down to having that wee bit of luck. And
it is, and it's so conflicting to me because we talk about guys having great breaks and who are great at breaking. So it's so conflicting whether it's, you know, luck or not. But it's definitely a shot that you can never master in the game anyway. is the break shot, and there's Ross looking like going 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think you can work it in such a way where maybe you can guarantee getting a ball to an extent. I just think the fact is that you've got 16 balls on the table, including the cue ball. The chances are one might go in, 6 bags, balls flying everywhere. But it's whether you get a chance to go and then take the finish. And I notice it more than ever now in the last 18 months to 2 years doing the commentary and constantly looking at the screen and seeing how everybody breaks different and how the balls come out different. And I mean, I watched Mark Boyle in his last match. He had 3 breaking dishes in a row to fight back against Ross. But he also had a few moments where the balls just weren't exactly. He's had to really play Mark Boyle type classy stuff to get them in. They weren't just roll-ins, and it's like I think that's where maybe the top guys, the guys that you seem like they've got the best breaks in the game, maybe just good at taking these chances that maybe aren't 10 out of 10s or whatever. They just seem to get the 6, 7 out of 10s more than the rest of us kind of thing.
I totally agree with that. I think I'm going to go for the Bryson DeChambeau and just start training, just start smashing the cue as hard as I can.
Built like the Hulk and just your break cue's like a big bit of 4x2.
Smashing the weight down the car park just all day long to try and get a bit of power into it.
I remember old Mick McGoldrick, God rest him, a guy turned up to the Glasgow Pool League meeting and said, excuse me, can I speak to you, mate? You're the chairman of the league. And he says, yeah, that's me. Do I know you? And he went, no, it's just I've started playing pool and I've mastered a break where I can get 6 reds off the break. And Mick went, you've what? He says, what I want to know is if I get the 7 reds, can I nominate the black? And Mick said, mate, you can take the frame if you can get 7 reds off the break. But when he was talking about it, he was like, the guy's a nutcase. And it was just funny listening to, I mean, if you can master a break to get 1 ball off the break, you're doing well. And this guy's getting 6 reds.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Ross just played a loose one there.
Yep.
He's still all right. So I'm really interested in like body language and things like that when I'm playing someone and try to read off it.
Yeah.
So Ross has kind of put his hands in his head there after that shot. He's still fine.
Yeah, exactly.
He's still all right, and I think he'll get this. And there you go. And then he's got the last ball. But for me, sitting in the seat, if I'm watching that, I just think to myself, maybe he's got a mistake in him.
Yeah.
It's not because he's made a mistake of missing the ball. It's just because of what he's done with his body language at the time.
Do you know, it's funny, I was playing an IM, and it was maybe about a year ago, and I played really well, but I had a couple of shots like that were quite slack, and I reacted to them myself. After the match, Elliot Sanderson said to me, Stephen, I'll speak to you for a minute. Yep. He's like, you were playing really good there. I'm on the 9-ball table right next to you, and I thought, Stevie's absolutely flying. He says, but you're throwing your arms in the air at certain shots. And I went, I've played a couple of slack shots. Positionally, I was really poor, and he said, can I ask you a question? So he set one of them up. He basically went, roughly like this. And I says, yep. And he said, so I've just went to the table and I've missed and I've left you there. Are you happy? I went, I'm delighted.
Yep.
He says, so you're still on a finish. You've still got like Ross there right now. So why beat yourself up when if your opponent left you there, you would be jumping off your seat?
Exactly. I'm always for show nothing, show absolutely nothing to them, because it can just perk you up. You could be sitting in your seat and you can just think to yourself, right, there's a mistake in this guy. And it's not because of what he's done with the white. It's actually because of the body language that he's shown after it, to show that he's not 100% happy and 100% in his own. So I saw Ross there, done the same break, but he caught it a bit low.
Right.
And that's why he didn't get his ball into the middle. And you get a lot of dry breaks when you do that, when you catch the side break low.
He's given a big chance here, the yellows. I'm actually struggling to see how a guy playing at the level Jake is right now makes a mistake here.
Yeah, no, I think these are gone, to be honest.
And that would have been huge.
And you can go loads of different ways as well. And this ball that he's taking right now, that could be his last ball quite easy. But he's taking it as his first, which is fine. No, he's not played that great straight away. Again, like you say though, because they're that easy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably taking the hanger now, down the bottom right, to just drop that in to play the one into the
one
middle.
To the left middle.
And then you've got basically it's, dot to dot after that.
Yeah, this is one of the kind of finishes. I was in here with Renzi earlier, and there was a moment similar to this. I can't mind exactly who it was playing, and he said, "How are you mapping this out, Steve?" And in the space of a couple of minutes, there's about 3 or 4 routes you could. And I went, Renzi, do you know what? I don't know if there's a wrong way here. Every ball's just, and he was kind of nodding as if to say, it's so hard to make a mistake sometimes, and
you can overthink them. Yeah, definitely. So he's played that. He's came a bit wide on it. I still think he can drop this in. Ideally, I wanted to drop this in and then take the one to the bottom left as we look at it, but I don't think he'll do that now. And he's just a wee bit out. I think he'll probably take the low one to just stop off the red, and then you're talking top left after that. So he has went a wee bit all over the gaff, to be honest, in this finish, but they were that easy, like you said, that he should be totally fine.
Yeah, I think if Jake was in here right now and we said, how are you going about this? He's probably not saying what he's done here.
No,
but the fact of the matter
not.
is, it's ended up one of the finishes where just pot the next ball.
Yeah, that's
and then
kind
of go from there. And I thought he might have ran up a wee bit further and then just left the one to the bottom left to last, but he might.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that's what he tried to do as well, and he's not came far enough. So he just needs to be high. As long as he's high here or level, he's totally fine. And he's not. He's a bit low, but he should be able to just come on off the cushion. They're sliding the tables, but yeah, he's played it well.
He's used the slide very well there.
Yeah, he's actually played it correct. So in that situation with the slide, you actually have to play it with a bit of pace.
Yep.
Instead of trying to play, because if he plays it slow, it will die. So he's played that well. It's a big frame right at the start as well. You don't want to go 3-0 down in this kind of situation.
And having it's like I keep hearing people. Scott's been in, and he kind of says that he likes to call it serve. He's like, a bit like tennis, it's on serve. And I said, well, in darts it's on throw, and pool it's on break. He said, I know. He said, I just tend to use the terminology of tennis, and which is totally fine. It's the exact same thing, but for me, that getting one against the break there is absolutely massive, and then he's going to step up. He was looking at 3-0 down, and all of a sudden it could be 2 each.
Yep, that's it. And it's such a big frame. I mean, I spoke to someone about this recently, and they were saying, they're all big frames. Every frame's a big frame.
No, exactly. But that's a good way to look at it.
There's point changers in a match, definitely. And, for me, that's a huge one. When you're 2-0 down, you don't want to go 3-0 down. Oh, Jake. So, like I was saying, he broke like God against me.
Yeah.
And he's went in off twice. But it just shows you it's the different table. To be honest, he's hit them poor. He's trying to kind of screw back. It was strange. So I couldn't work out when he was playing me if he was trying to screw back or if he was trying to kind of hard stun it and stop the white. Because sometimes it was coming back and other times it was kind of stunning right in the middle of the table. But again, it's just so open. I mean, what are you thinking here? The black's a slight issue because reds are the balls.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the yellow down to the bottom left, he could arguably play that out the way and then he's on the red to the bottom right, and obviously the red to the left middle as well. I think there's a degree of awkwardness, but I think for me the reds are definitely the balls. It'll be interesting to see how Ross starts off here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm saying the black's awkward. The black still goes into the middle. It still goes into either middle if you're on it, a bit high anyway. But yeah, I think so. With 2 shots here, there's an argument for just dropping the yellow in over the middle pocket. Maybe just dropping the yellow and nudging into the other red.
Yeah, and then
working your way down this side of the table first.
I think
also playing the cushion ball here could be a shout.
Yeah,
just rolling the cushion ball into the other red, opening that up.
Do you think there's probably a habit that a lot of players have got that they don't realise they've got, that when they've got the free shot, maybe complicate things a bit?
Yeah, no, definitely.
Whereas if somebody says that's your position, Ross, on you go. Now you've only got one. He would obviously know exactly what he was going to do.
Yep. No, I totally agree. I've seen it so many. I mean, me and you would have been in this situation a few times as well.
Yep.
You get 2 shots and you've got like 2 balls left in the black, and you're sitting scratching your head thinking, what am I doing here?
It's mad. There's so many occasions where, even at the table, there was one of the games I was playing Mark Boyle. It was a Saltire and players, and he's ended up beating me in a decider. I think 7-6 he's beat me, and I had a chance to win I was 6-5 up, and the way I had mapped it out, everything was going perfectly to plan, but then the last 3 balls I've just totally drawn a blank. But see, when I've went home and I'm looking and going, oh Stephen, what now your head at the table. Wow, he's going yellows.
He's took yellows. Yeah, no, that's strange for me. That definitely is strange, because I mean, it makes a lot of sense looking at it now.
Yeah, now
he puts this and it's basically done. But yeah, I would never have called that.
Yeah.
Never have called yellows there.
I don't believe he was playing for the yellows there.
Do you think he tried to land on the red that was below the 2 yellows, and he's come a bit high on it, so he's then making yellows because of that?
Can he nip this just a bit? Just get up past the black. Stunned to the left hand side there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Yep, take the middle one now, and then leave yourself an angle just to screw down by the red, and you're absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's it. And you know, it's one of the things Renzi spoke about this weekend about Ross, was he seems to be positionally very good. He seems to have a good feel.
Oh, his white ball's great
on these tables.
Yeah.
He actually said yesterday, Renzi, he was Dunster-esque. And I went, well, I hadn't seen a whole lot of him at that point. But it's great when you've got a feeling on the table where you're just in that groove, and he just seems to be there.
Yeah. So that's some of the comments there. Scares Tech said about 2 shots. I usually just don't take the second shot and just play for one. And it's not a bad idea.
No, that's
it. It really isn't a bad idea at all.
I think a lot of players, I've seen it already this week. When Renzi was in earlier, it might have been one of the games Ross was playing. I think it was maybe on a different table, and you can overcomplicate things. All the balls are there, and Ross has said to me before, and it was mad because in this occasion he did what he told me generally he would never do, and he killed with his first shot. He killed his opponent's ball, but all these balls were all there. Just go and roll them in. And he had said to me, he went, Stevie, I generally don't waste my time with that, because I'm going out there to win the frame. I'm not caring about losing it. I'm not interested in losing it. I'm going to go. And I was saying that, and I said to Renzi, I don't think he'll. And then next thing, he went down and he did it. And I went, that's exactly the polar opposite. We spoke about it last night. We had to lose. But I think there's certain situations where it's obvious.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You're just, right, I've got a free shot here. I might as well use it.
I'm against that as well, to be honest. I'm against killing your opponent's ball in that situation. I think that the only time it makes sense is if it's in the way.
Right.
And you need to move it.
Aye, that's fair.
I think you use your shots for yourself, and not. I think that just seeps a bit of negativity into your game. That you're kind of telling your opponent, and you're also telling yourself that there's a small chance I might not get this.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
I think Ross is actually, so he's broke there. The white looked like it was tracking towards the bottom right bag, but the ball that he's potted is actually getting in the road of it.
I've noticed that a couple of times when he's coming off the side. If he doesn't get the check side proper, he seems to be coming
You
down.
can go in off, yeah, it's in play. Yeah, definitely. So this isn't as easy, this finish. He's probably going to need to play a cannon. So is he looking at the yellow into the right middle to then screw over and nudge the red that's next to the black? And then his yellow goes into the middle, I think, after that. I think that's what he's going to try and do here. This is your black ball, basically, if you get this right. Great shot.
What a shot.
Great shot. Absolutely perfect.
He's I keep using the word. He's feeling it.
He's absolutely frightening. He's great to watch as well. He's one of the players just brilliant to watch.
He's got a wee bit of flair to his game. He's very attack minded. He's a beautiful cue action, and he's one of the top guys, isn't he? He's just an absolute
100%,
diamond.
100%. I grew up with Ross playing in the juniors and all that, going through that, and he's a great guy. I love him to bits, and he's just such a good player. And again, he's just left himself up. He'll be good at bridging after this game if he's not already. I think he's fine. I think he can go high miss the red and then come back across the table.
The thing, I'm looking at it on the delayed, and I'm thinking he could have just dropped it in and then had the yellow closest to the left cushion to just drop down, but he's opted to kind of nip it a wee bit.
Oh wow, he's got away with one there. He knows
that's when the new cloth and new balls make a difference.
Yeah,
because I think next week that's not falling in.
No chance. And I do feel like to win tournaments like that, to beat these guys that he's beaten as well, you do need a bit of luck on your side.
Definitely.
You've got it.
I think if anybody, we may look at it and say Boyle blew everybody away and Dunster blew. We may think that, but if you were to watch it really objectively and go back over everything, you would probably find a lot of elements of fortune throughout.
You need it. You just need it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So looking like 4-1 just now, and I can't think of anything Jake's done. Has Jake missed the ball yet? I don't think so.
No, I think he's just
went in off twice, hasn't he? Yeah, he's went in off twice in his break. So again, as we were talking about the break being such a big shot.
As you say, against yourself, and obviously throughout the weekend, Jake's break's been unreal. And I'm watching it on the second stream, and I've said it on this, and I've went, by the way, I've just watched Jake Dellanulove's break there against Ryan, an absolute weapon, and then all of a sudden, it looks like the gun's not loaded here against Ross because it's not happening.
Race day 8 though, so in Jake's mind, he'll be thinking to himself, I'm still in the tournament. 4-1 down first to 8, but I really need to get my break working.
Yeah.
And it needs to start now.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, I quite like that. Every frame is massive. And I've obviously qualified the other night in that lowest thing, and someone said, "Did you play well?" And I says, "Played all right, played pretty good." In the final frame, I've got a chance to take a really good finish, but it was slightly awkward. But I said I always felt playing single frames that I had a wee bit more than most in the building that night. So I said, as long as I didn't get dished, I felt that I could win all those frames. I think I'm pretty good at the one frame stuff, and then I'm thinking about it as I was saying it, and I'm saying, when a match is just a collection of one frames, and Jake's going off again, man. Wow.
Where was this against me, Jake? That's what I want to know. Where was this against me?
Sometimes it's the worst thing in the world. Honestly. After you've played someone. I've played people that have blown me away, and I go, I didn't think that guy had that game. And then I watched, there was maybe 2 years ago, Dylan Stanfield had one of the best games I've ever seen against me. It took forever. It was one of the matches where we'd been warned a few times for the time, but Dylan, I don't know if he was just a bit nervy, but he was amazing against me, and he beat me in a decider, and then he went and played Clinton, get beat 7-0 in about 10 minutes, and I'm like, wow.
It's just pull, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, Dylan's a cracking player as well.
No, that's it, and it's just like, you get that every now and again where, Jake could lose here 8-1, and he's not done anything wrong.
No,
it's just like, but for some reason against you, everything's right. It's mad.
That's it. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, the yellows are just...
even the reds.
Yeah, you could do what you want here.
He could have came down and just... he could have done anything. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, we've got Ross Fernie here, he's absolutely flying. He's feeling good. But he probably cannot believe his luck. Right now.
No, it's exactly what he wants to see every time he comes to the table. Just that this is probably the only shot that you need to play, and again, if you don't play it right, it's no disaster because of where the balls were. But I mean, that's perfect. You'll probably see him just floating kind of through the gap of the black and red. Go bottom left first, and then bottom right for the black and in the middle is your last ball. He screwed it instead of floating through the gap, and I don't know if he's landed on it. But again, like we say, they're that easy. Maybe he is. Yeah, maybe he is on it.
He's done that a few times this week as well, just overcooked it a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he's ending up in that same kind of, as you say, he'll be good at bridging after this. He's done it again. And the thing is, he could have been just an inch off the cushion there, and he's perfect.
I know.
I think the way Ross cues he cues right through the ball. He's got this cue action where
definitely.
maybe the delicate stuff isn't his strong suit. But I mean, if that's something else he can add to his game, and I'm not saying that that's the case, but for the kind of player he is, it's probably the one thing that I've noticed over the course of this weekend, that the delicate shots he seems to overhit. And he could have been anywhere there. He could have been black spot, and he's perfect. It was just, he just seems to always land bridging.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, is that 5-1 then?
5-1.
5-1. Yeah, it's getting to that kind of stage for Jake now that he needs to get moving if he wants to stay in the match. But I mean, what can he do? He's broke. He's hit them. He hit them well there. That was we'll give him that as unlucky. The other two weren't good breaks. And that's as well, guys like us, we've played in these events loads of times. We know what pool's like. We know the standard as well.
Yeah.
See, getting beat 8-1, getting beat 8-0, it's not a big shock.
No,
it's just not a big shock anymore.
That's some of the things I'll say. That somebody will say to me, I've seen. Look, a lot of the guys that I've grown up with, guys that I'm involved in football with, they're on Cuesports every week now. They're always looking in on my results, and they'll say, I've seen such and such. But I say it was you playing Mark Boyle. I've seen. Brian must have been incredible. He won 7-0, and it's like, there was like 3 reverse dishes and 4 breaking dishes, and you're like,
that's
the guy didn't have a shot, and they don't. People on the outside don't actually realise that this is a regular occurrence, and it's not any slight, or there's nothing bad on someone taking a beating.
You're not a bad player.
No, exactly.
I know. I mean, there's that game there. So I missed two bad balls for my standard, and that's all I did the full game.
There was one where you 5-1 down, you had one into the middle.
Yeah.
I looked away and I looked back round, and Jake was 6-1 up, and I went, and I never seen what you
into
did.
The corner. I've took it into the corner.
Right.
So I've took my eye off. I've took my eye off 2 balls into the same corner, and like I was saying to you, I don't think I played my best all weekend, but I missed less balls in that match than I did in all the other matches that I won. So I always find it funny when someone goes, I seen you get beat 7-0, 8-0. That's a bad result. You're like, not if you watch the game.
No, exactly. I've seen myself even on a Tuesday night, and let's maybe somebody for the pubs in watching, and they'll go, that was harsh, Stephen. I can't believe that boy Granny G. You think he'd have let you bought a ball in that, and you're like, what?
I know.
It's like, it's just funny. Mad how the other world works.
Yeah,
and it's
that's it.
Losing, whether it's 5-0, 6-0, 7-1, to these guys is just no disgrace. It can happen to the best. If you have loads of chances, you might go home and beat yourself up a bit, but a lot of the time you walk away and go, I never really did anything there.
Yeah, that's it.
I've maybe missed one ball and played one bad positional shot, and I've lost 7-1, and it's like,
that's it.
It's just the way the game is.
And this kind of thing happens quite often, I feel, as well, is there's Ross at a dry break, and look at the state of the balls. You know, the balls they're all tied up, and he's still got a chance in that finish. Even if that ball went, it was a poor shot that he's played. Unless he's on the high red through the gap. Obviously that doesn't matter now, but you tend to find that as well. When things are going for you, they're going for you.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're going to break dry, then you kind of want to look at the table and see a bit of a mess.
Yeah, that's it. This is a tough finish for Ross though, as well on the yellows. I mean, if I was to put my neck out on it, I would say he's second favourite to get it. There's just a few problems. The right side of the table is what concerns me. The two yellows that are sitting there, there's no real path into them apart from kicking into them.
I think he's maybe going to do that right now.
Try and kick into them now. Then off's in play as well, isn't it? I don't think that's great. He's on a plant into the middle, but that ball's still quite bad. I don't think that ball has any pocket actually. The ball that he's closest to just now.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. I'm looking there. The top right's out of the equation. Bottom right, definitely out there. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks tight for the bottom right. That is his only chance. I think he can play the plant and screw. Great shot, Ross.
Yeah, that's a great shot.
We were just stunned into silence there with the Greeks. The Greeks scoring. Still going to need a bit of fortune on at the bottom of the table because he's going to have to play that pot and kick at some point. So are you going down the bottom of the table now? I don't know if he's straight. I don't know if he's straight on this one at the middle or if he's got a small angle. But you want to try and get rid of that problem sooner rather than later.
I think the fact that he can, and the way the balls are sitting, I think he has to.
Oh, it looks like he's on it now.
Yeah, just a little trace of side and just maybe flick it on the way out.
Yep.
That'll do it.
Perfect. Played that absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I mean, for Jake, when it rains, it really pours.
That's it. He's missed one ball and he's 6-1 down, you know. Sometimes it just does your day. I mean, Ross is playing great and I would never take anything away for Ross. I'm not saying it's over yet because it's definitely not. But as we were talking, you know, the layouts have been more favourable to Ross than they have been for Jake.
Yeah, I mean, we both know that's the nature of the beast when you're playing pool, especially at this level. But Ross, as I mentioned earlier, the players he's played already this week, he might have an invincibility feeling right now. And sometimes when you're in that groove, it just seems like everything goes your way.
Yeah, that's it. We do have days like that, some more than others.
No, that's it.
Especially these guys at the top level, but yeah, just everything he's doing is absolutely bang on now.
So Jake, he's one dry break away from possibly losing here.
Yep.
So he needs a big one, and he's gone in off 3 times.
3 times, yeah.
Wow.
It is one of these situations when you've just got to try and you've got to try and win off your breaks. Probably try and make something happen. You know, if it goes kind of tight in a frame, you feel yourself at 6-1 down, pushing the boat out a bit more because you're thinking, I need to do something here. Ross doesn't. You know, Ross can just sit back now. He's got his lead.
Yeah.
Chip 2 frames he's looking for. Just chip 2 frames. Doesn't matter when he gets them. But yeah, it's hard to make an argument for a comeback just now at 6-1 down. But you never know, it's pool. Do you think there should be a ranking system for the Saltire?
Yes.
I think that's one of the things that's definitely missing with them is a ranking system.
I've said it for a while. I said it at the beginning as well, and I said even if it doesn't need to be that it's monetised or anything. At the end, you get it. I said just take, if you finish say the end of year number 1 and you get, it could be there's a shield, a plaque, and maybe you get
free into next year or something.
Liam Dunster came up with an idea where he likes the idea of, say, next year you wear like the Masters, you win like a green jacket at the golf.
Yeah.
And he says maybe you get on board now they get a special one.
A
Everyone's the
denim
same,
jacket.
but yours is maybe got gold sleeves on it or something.
Yeah.
So everyone's got the same, but you, because you were the 2025 world now Saltire #1, yours has got something a bit different. He said,
I like
just
that.
to signify it and something that you can keep the year later, no matter what. If you finish 100 and 500 and a million, but you've always got that.
I really like that idea. In fact, and it's dead cost effective for the guys as well. I mean,
Exactly.
Saltire do brilliant getting us with tops every year, and the tops are absolutely cracking. They're top quality. But to get a top for being the #1 with, like you say, something on it to show that, and
Yep.
you can keep that as a keepsake. I actually think that's a cracking idea. I really like that.
Myself and Liam were talking about it because even at the IPA, although it's ranked, you don't get anything for being the #1. You're just the #1.
Yeah, that's it.
And so we were speaking about what it could be, and I was saying, well, you obviously, in a lot of worlds, you've got, say, a shield, and you might get a trophy, and then on the shield your name will be on it. So you look back throughout the years, who was #1 in all the years. Loads of sports do similar things, and Liam said, well, Stevie, you might think I'm mad here. What do you think of this idea? And I said, I absolutely love that. I said, because my thinking is it should be celebrated.
Yep.
Especially with the talent on show, and see if 4 or 5 guys don't make every tour, or so be it. That's the way it goes. So yeah, I wholeheartedly agree, mate. There should be a ranking system and something to signify it. Doesn't need to be a major reward, but it's just something.
Yeah, to say because it's a great achievement, to do that.
100%.
Jake's just done the look break, so he's went all 9 ball on us, and he's actually hit it quite soft and get a ball. I saw a couple of the comments there. Rob Chambers, what a guy. I hope you're well, Rob. Absolute legend, that guy. And we have a question about what kind of cue do we both use. What do you use, Stevie?
I use Prestige cues from Grant. Grant made me one.
Right, nice.
I had a Northwest up until the point I changed over, and obviously I was looking into new cues, and I thought, well, Grant's my mate. He's in the business now. He's working with Raymond at Exquisite. I thought, well, why would I go anywhere else? Let's see what. And Grant's made me a beautiful cue. I absolutely love it. So yeah, Prestige Cues Scotland for me.
Brilliant. So mine's the Galaxy cues. I think they're Thai made. So again, I bought that from Morgan McInnes, who sells a lot of cues. They've got their own cue, but they sell a lot, and it's. As soon as I picked it up, I thought I've got to buy this. So it just felt so good. I've had this for about a year and a bit now, and I can't see me getting back anytime soon. I think my cue I had before that, I had it for about 10 years. I think I had the same tip on it as well for 10 years. I'm not one for tinkering and moving things around, but I knew that I had to make a change because it was just getting kind of too beat up after all the years of having it. So I would definitely recommend Galaxy cues for anybody. Shout out to Morgan for that.
Absolutely fantastic.
So what did the winner and the runner-up get?
Oh, the winner of this is 1600, runner-up 1000.
Yeah, it's a good tournament.
Semi-final is 700, 400 for the quarters, and 175 for the last 16.
Yeah, good payout. It's a great event. I mean, I looked at the last 16, the draw today for the last 16. And it was incredible, the standards.
Unbelievable.
And look at all the guys who didn't make it to the last 16. It's just incredible.
It's frightening. It's not very often you don't see. I mean, Liam's just won 3 in a row up until this one, and then he didn't make the Sunday.
He's terrible.
Morgan didn't make the Sunday. Now it's like Mark Fleming, and it's just
that's
incredible.
That's it.
Obviously,
It's top players.
John McAllister was here today. Clint was here. I mean, it's just some of the players that play in these. Goobsy's right. These events, to win one of these is like winning a major in any sport, because
Yeah, it is.
some of the talent on show is incredible.
Jake looks like he's going to take these out. Might need to punch this in a bit. And he's played that really, really well. He hits the ball so well, doesn't he, Jake?
He's absolutely phenomenal. He's one of the guys. He stood out for me a couple of years ago. He was playing Robert Stephen, and he was an amateur in the IPA at the time, and he beat Robert, and he beat him well, and he played unbelievable. And then they played again the next year, and Roberts ended up getting the better of him, but he had said, it's just always a nightmare playing against him. He's just so good.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I really got to see him, and I was so impressed. And Then he went on to be in the final of the Worlds against Gareth, and he was what
one frame away from the world champion.
Incredible.
Yeah, good. That was a good finish under all sorts. So 6-1 down to take that out was a good finish. And he's just dying for a dry break. are probably more likely an off than a dry break because Ross hitting him that well.
I mean, you've said it. He's not done a whole lot wrong here. His break obviously hasn't, and you get the people out there that will say, well, what could you do different? Could you do something better? Renzi's like that, and you say, well, I've went in off 3 times in the break. He'll say, well, you should have broke better. And it's like 16 balls flying around the table. The chances are one's going to go in, and unfortunately, if it's a cue ball, but. He's not done a whole lot wrong, and he's obviously found himself 6-2 down.
This is what you want. You want a kind of messy finish, because see when your opponent's flying, he's 6-2 up against you. I mean, the match can definitely turn, but it normally turns from a mistake for your opponent as opposed to what you do. So Jake's looking for this. He's looking for Ross to have a go at these and not get them, and just that small bit of doubt to creep in. If Jake can then take them out for 6-3, breaking dish for 6-4, it's a different game.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
It's game on, but I mean, we are asking a lot. I think so. I know that Ross is going to go here.
Yeah,
because that's what he does. He just goes. But these are tough.
Yeah, he's looking at the yellows just between the 2 reds, left of the black spot. But even at that, if he just plays on that right now, it's the obvious one up towards the black is going to be really awkward. I think he wanted to be a bit lower there, because I don't think the top yellow goes of the 2.
Yeah, he was looking to develop that, wasn't he, off of the bottom yellow. And now it's maybe he is. Maybe he's on it.
Yeah, he's trying to play it. Yeah, loads of side on the ball, trying to bring that one into the open. But
at this stage now, I don't know what you think, but for me, I'm starting to think I might need to start slowing down.
Yeah.
And I know Ross won't, and that's the way he plays, and I wouldn't change the way Ross plays, because he's unreal, and he's one of the best players. He'll go down as one of the best players to ever play in Scotland when he stops playing pool. But I think in this situation, you're thinking, right, it might be time to stop.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of putting yourself into a hole. I like playing the yellow off nearest him, off the side cushion, off the black.
Yeah, so they
to try and hang the pocket. So he's developed that. He's going to double this yellow into the bottom corner, screw back, and what do I know?
Yeah, that's it. Ross has got no interest in hanging any pocket. He's just... Yeah, I mean... I don't think the yellow goes without doubling it, so...
Yeah, I think he's got to double this. Do you think the red... No, so the yellow high on the right-hand side goes into the middle, doesn't it? Past the red as well. So this is basically... he's not got it. Tough to judge doubles, and I like a double, but when the tables have just been done and not a bit of slide, it's quite tough to judge. And Jake needs to get these now. I mean, I don't think there's not a safety that you can play. He's just got to get these if he wants to stay in the match.
Yeah, these are the big moments, I think, where when the opportunity gets handed to you, 6-2 down, race to 8, you've got to take every one you get.
Yeah. How do you like going about these?
I actually think, I mean, obviously the red he's closest to, I think that's going in the bottom right. The one closest to the middle is a good connector to flick maybe the other red out. But I'm personally starting down this end of the table. But
do you like to play the plant on the 2 balls over the middle, next to the middle? Or do you like to try and kick the top one out?
I would probably be roughly where the cue ball is, say just now. I'd be flicking it in with a touch of left-hand side while I've got other options. But not even in the sense of, so it's a way out past the black, just to give me, maybe it goes in the left middle top. But he can play into it right now.
So I think he's playing into it. I would play the plant personally. There you go. He's played that perfect. I like the plant because I think you've got more control over what's happening with the plant. But what he's done now, drop this in, drop the ball down the line in, and you're laughing.
See, I quite obviously the way he's went about it, but I was thinking to myself, those balls he's taken and the way he's taken them probably last. And so taking these ones down the bottom away and then
Working your way. Yeah, you know, you can do that as well, definitely.
He's basically went a similar way, except just altered the route.
Yep.
He's gone, but almost the exact same.
6-3 now. It's going to be a huge break for Jake after this. If saying 6-3, you're expecting to get these 3 in the black, but he really needs a ball and he needs a good go at it. And like we were saying, 6-4 this game on.
Exactly, and as you say, Ross isn't very surprised at that there. He's played to kick that and it.
Oh, I've looked away. What's happened there?
Yeah, he's kicked the red, and that could have went so wrong.
Yeah. I mean, he looks okay, but yeah, that's. I thought he could have just held it.
Yep, you'll see it on the delayed screen that
it
we've
looks like
got.
he can hold that.
He just powers into it.
He could have held it, or he could have floated through the gap of the red and yellow to take the. Yeah, I don't like kicking balls unless you need to kick them.
No, it is going to be 6-3. And Jake to break. Massive break in the grand scheme of things, but still a long way back. Fernie needs 2 frames to get over the line in this Saltire event. But Jake Dillinulov not going anywhere anytime soon. Live in Scottish Cuesports live streaming, guys. Thank you to every single person tuning in and engaging on the chat. Keeps things going. Onboard Sportswear, RJM Sports, Coors, the Players Lounge and McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar. You'll hear people saying it's the best club about, but if you haven't been here, you should definitely pop in.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I think all of this, you know, what you're doing with the commentary, getting the commentary, the stream is unbelievable as well. It takes all of these events now up a level. There went 9 ball again.
And he's almost went in off.
And
it's dry.
Dry, yeah.
Slightly unfortunate not to get a ball. Again, looking at it on the delay. That red was going into the right middle and it was kicked away, and then the cue ball was close, but it can feel slightly aggrieved there because it wasn't a bad break.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's what 3 in-offs and a dry. You know, and he's getting 4 against me every time he breaks. So Ross has went reds. The only, I mean, it's not even really an issue, but the red up the top of the table, you're going to have to land in that, correct?
Yeah. Playing a slow roll plant here. I think he's got that a little bit thinner than he would have liked, but he's okay.
And I'm guessing the 2 reds together both go into the right middle, past the black as well. The top one should go past, so it's one shot basically.
Yeah.
One shot to play.
Mr. Unsworth, see you next week, mate. See you in Newcastle.
So when does that all kick off? Newcastle, is that the Friday?
Friday morning, yep.
For the IPA, yeah. What time are you on it?
I think I'm on 12 o'clock maybe.
Right.
12 o'clock on the Friday, which is a first for me. Normally on at 6 in the morning. That's what it feels like. It's yeah, it's I think it all kicks off for everyone around maybe 10 a.m. and then we go live on Friday, I think at 2.
Brilliant. I'll be watching that. Definitely be watching some of it. Ross has just overscrewed that, so I think he's going to now have to play the red into the bottom right corner and then actually play the red into the bottom left and cannon the yellow just to hold it. Oh, and
that's that.
Does that red go into the left middle? No.
You know, to me, I think it might just sneak in, but it looks tight.
Yeah.
But again, that's that shot where you don't get anything for too far, but slightly short. You even if he's another 4 inches back, he's okay.
Good. Yeah. And that is important to look at that when you're playing the game as well. Like, can I be 4 inches? If I can be 4 inches short on the ball, I'll be 4 inches short on it.
Yeah.
It was fine there. He had an angle. You can cheat the pockets.
Yeah,
when
that's
he's
massive.
as well. So it looks like it's going to be slightly tight into the top right. You kind of want to be right behind us, so he might actually just try and play on it into the middle.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you that.
Yeah.
Is there a case for running past it and playing it into the middle?
Because the red does go by the yellow into the top right, but it is one of them where you want to be straight on it because you've not got a full pocket.
Oh, he's judged that well.
Yeah, he's judged it, and he's not straight on it, but he still should be fine. But these ones, when you're down on these, you're just glad when they drop in because they can be nasty. Oh, he's actually hit the yellow.
Oh, wow.
They're not nice. They're not nice shots, but he's got away with one there. And that's 7-3.
So Fernie breaking off here with a chance to become Belhaven Brewery Scottish Saltire Series Event 2 winner. And this is the way he likes it. He likes it in his own hands.
He's absolutely crunched them and they're dry.
Oh, wow.
Scotland are 2-0 down. Charlie Shaw's screaming at somebody because of it. Wow, I didn't see that. I didn't see that coming in the football.
Far too defensive from what I've seen while we've been watching the pool.
Mm-hmm. Jake's taking a while to kind of look at the situation. They're not easy. They're definitely not easy here, but I'll be shocked if he doesn't take the yellows. He's basically got one problem ball, the yellow in the kind of middle left, but it does go into the bottom right corner. So he'll need to play a shot to land on that. I mean, the defending is just in the Scotland game is non-existent.
Some finish.
What a finish though, jeez.
But 10 yards all alone
I know,
at the back.
I know.
Criminal.
Good shot, Jake. Problem gone. Should be 7-4, barring anything crazy happening.
Yeah, he's digging in. He won't go away. And as you say, he's not done a whole lot wrong, so you can't really be sitting in your seat beating yourself up. Yeah, the break could have went better and maybe a few things go your way a bit more. But he's not done much that you would go home and beat yourself up over. It's
That's it.
Sometimes it goes for you, sometimes it doesn't, and that's the. I mean, we hear people complaining about the break quite a lot, and I think today and yesterday was one of the biggest. I mean, I actually says my break was great at the start, and then it just went back to normal. But I wasn't really complaining about it because I've just got so used to it over the last while. But
yeah,
I think some people like that maybe break okay at times. When it doesn't go their way, it's highlighted a bit more.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't expect Jake to make a mistake here, but I've seen he's missed, just overcompensate and clip the knuckle really
You
tight.
need to draw these in as opposed to kind of punch them. Yeah,
Oh,
he's
what a
played it
shot.
really well. Controlled that perfect.
So that is 7-4, and it's Jake to break. Fernie needs one. All Jake can do is concentrate on what he can affect, and the rest is in the hands of the gods.
That is it, and that's something that I always, think about when I'm playing pool as well. If I can't control it, then why am I thinking about it or worrying about it? There's just no point. At this stage, it is just take every shot as it comes. And Ross is just not stressing at all. He's 7-3 up.
Yeah.
He's expecting to get, and he's only looking for one chance, and he's expecting to get it at some point. Whether it's probably off of his break the way he's breaking. So I actually got offered 2 tickets for this game today, and I'm glad I didn't take it. The football. Yeah, that's more like Jake. That kind of break there. That's a monster.
His break is back where it was not so long ago, especially in the semi-final against the guy sitting next to me.
Yeah. I mean, 7-5. It's a big break for Ross.
Yep.
Because 7-6, you're right back in it.
And he's just marking these out. Yellow balls in play. He could have taken any of the two there, but I think the cue balls closest to was always going to be slightly awkward. So yellows were definitely the balls for me.
Yep. You'll probably see him play a wee pot and screw. Pot the one in the middle, screw onto the one that he's close to. No, he's going to try and screw to the gap. Yeah, that's fine. I like that better. Then he's not, he's not hitting into anything. No, I don't think he's played that. Great.
He landed just short on that.
Might be wrong right enough. He might have a small angle. Even if he screws back and flicks the red,
Yep.
he's fine anyway, but he definitely wanted to be a wee bit further.
Ah, he's okay.
He's fine. Although he will have a kind of longish last ball. Nice.
Yeah, good it well.
How do you like to play these shots? Do you like to roll them in with a bit of side, or do you like to kind of soft screw them in?
Yeah, I'm more a soft screw.
Yeah, so you get through the white a bit better.
Yeah, I like
He's
that.
rolled it in, yeah.
James Wilson, there's actually been quite a few people over the last while on either watching or even in these venues talking about Fast Eddie's. It's a place I never ever set foot in, but there was a lot of talk about that place.
Yeah, I feel a lot about it as well myself. Guys like Ross McInnes, I think he played out of there. Obviously Mick Mick would have played out of there as well. And then the booze hit me, and that happens to us all, James.
31 years sober, good on you, my friend. Well
Brilliant. That's class. Absolutely class.
done. Now, can Ross Fernie break for the title? Or has this match got another twist and turn in it yet? These are dry.
Wow, it is dry. And Jake's not on a yellow. You can see him having a wee mutter to himself, and I think that's probably maybe not the kind of words, it might be different words that he's using, but he's definitely talking about how he's not on a yellow.
But it's that thing I was mentioning earlier. The alternative here
is your beat, exactly. Exactly. So why are you complaining? No, I get it, and we all do it. So I'm not saying anything bad on Jake, but we all have a moan about it. But you're totally right.
I've actually had. I've started to try and get myself into that habit of saying that. Well, alternative here, Stephen, is your beat.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Just be glad you're at the table. And if I had that, probably that in my head many years ago, who knows what I might have won.
Yeah,
because the amount of times I would beat myself up for stuff like that, and you think something that you just cannot control, but that is the alternative is your beat. So you might as well be very happy you're at the table and you're still having a chance.
That's it. You're still in the tournament. This is quite nasty, I think. The three reds up the table, I don't know if the one that's bottom of the three reds goes into the top right. If not, he's screwing up for a plant here. And he's under-hit it by quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's that kind of grimacing face that he's made there. He was nowhere near.
I mean, he's 2.5 foot short.
Yeah,
he can be on the top cushion and he's got a plant. And as we were speaking about earlier, you know, being high or low, he could be as high as he wants there.
You want to try and play a little bit of left-hand side here and try and
Playing
play
the snooker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. I think Ross has got this big target down. Yeah, down the bottom right of the bottom left of the table. Probably looking at coming off the cushion just before the middle pocket on the right hand side, and then trying to hit into these balls. If this is a match winner, if he hits these.
This is such a hard shot to judge. The slide here, it could slide around these yellows.
Yeah, it could go in between them as well, which is crazy to think.
Oh, he's
got it.
You take that.
Yep.
And I was actually thinking exactly what he's thought himself that it's going to slide past.
Yeah.
It's such a hard shot to play.
That could be the match winner there, right there. Jake's got this. I think the only shot he's got is the red next to the black into the top left. To screw it away off the knuckle.
Yeah.
You know, he came up the table. It's just so low percentage.
Is he looking at some kind of double here? Yeah, he is.
Oh, can he see enough of it to double it?
It doesn't look like it.
It definitely doesn't, especially with the slide on the cushions. I think he's got to go all out and try and pot it into the top right. Screw onto the knuckle, like, yeah, I mean, you're on. Jinky's coming off the side cushion, try to hit one of his reds up the top. No? I don't think that was on, Stevie.
No, neither do I. And you could see, I think he hit all he could on that red. I mean, he might say to us, oh, I was just going for a double plant because I had nothing else, but the double wasn't on.
No, it wasn't.
And even at the pace, I think he would have had to really hammer it to try and square it up. And
exactly.
Even at that, I don't think it's anywhere near the pocket. So.
Yeah. Well, Ross, here's your chance.
I think he's got I like what he's looking at there. I think he's got a free shot to just drift through the gap.
Knock into these two, yep.
Yeah, and it'd be really unfortunate not to have a shot on one of them. But
yep.
I know it's that, as you say, if you don't have to move something, it's just, I think these three are slightly awkward.
I think you need to hear anyway,
yeah.
so cause I don't think he's got any choice off his first shot or running into balls, so I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, brilliant.
Good shot, and yeah, he's good.
Good pace, and I think that's probably the thing that a lot of people don't think of at the lower end of the game. They think when they're having to kick into stuff that they have to play it hard.
Yeah.
Whereas I actually used to say years ago, how come when the top players play a cannon, they always come out perfect? It's the control.
Yeah, exactly. Our pace is everything when you're playing a cannon.
Well, Ross Fairney looking odds on here, barring some kind of mistake. But if he does manage to get over the line here, Ryan, he's more than earned this.
Oh, 100%. Great performance in the final, and look at all the guys he's beaten all the way through the tournament. Taking through the loser side as well. He's got an extra game, so yeah, he deserves it. I thought Scotland could have had a penalty there in that first half. Yeah.
How are you going about the finish here? Is it bottom, middle, top right?
I think he might go middle now.
Right.
But I don't really think it matters between. It's all about where you land off of each of these shots. If you play middle or you play bottom, ideally you want to be straight or a wee bit low, and he's a wee bit low, so he's perfect.
Yeah, the first prize for today's tournament, 1,600 to the winner, £1,000 runner-up, 700 semis, 400 quarters, and 175 to the guys that came back today for the last 16. That's that shot I've spoke to you about. I've noticed it over the course of this week.
Yep.
That delicate shot is something that Ross, he probably needs to brush up on it a touch, and it's mad to say that.
He shortens his cue a lot when he plays them.
Yep.
You know, he shortens his cue a lot, which maybe it doesn't have to as much. Yeah, perfect.
It's such a pure cue action.
Yeah, unbelievable. Great performance and a worthy winner. Well done, Ross.
Well done, Ross Fernie.
Wee fist to celebrate.
Yeah, a more deserving winner. We probably couldn't get 8 frames to 5. I mean, we probably said everything we could, but the run he's had, Ryan, that's incredible.
Phenomenal. That deserves to win any tournament, the guys that he's beaten that run. So, and to do it playing at the standard and he's done it as well is just frightening. You've got no arguments for that. And unlucky Jake. Jake's obviously had a great tournament again. He's beaten a lot of good players too, so fair play to him. I think it all came out down to the breaks.
Yeah.
You know, and Ross had the better breaks.
Yeah, brilliant. Ross is, guys, just for anybody that's still on, he's going to come in and have a few words, probably once he gets his trophy and what have you. I did speak about maybe having it on camera and whatever, but they're going to send him in here for a few words. So Ross is on his way just now, guys, and if you want to stay tuned. Cheers, Ryan.
I'll
much
jump
appreciated, mate. What a guy.
That was a pleasure. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, mate. So, ladies and gentlemen, he is just sitting down for the 400 that's still on. Ross Fernie, you have been unbelievable all weekend, mate, and I'm absolutely buzzing for you. Congratulations, mate.
Cheers, mate. I appreciate it. I'm absolutely buzzing myself. Just the draw I had in that as well was crazy. But I mean, even there, I think what was a 6-2 up.
Yep.
Even at that, I'm thinking because he's that good, and I didn't think it was anywhere near over. So just total relief just to get over the line. But I'm absolutely buzzing now.
So I had a wee look through this earlier. So you and Scott Gillespie, who played in the semi-final, Davy Markey actually beat both of you guys this week.
Yep.
And then from there on in, you've beat Liam Dunster, Stephen Campbell, you've beat Gio Edgar, Mark Boyle, Scott Gillespie, and then Jake Dillanula.
Ridiculous, mate. Honestly, just ridiculous. It's like just top player after top player, isn't it?
That is a list of serial winners. They're not just because there's a lot of good players in the venue, and you've got to beat good players to get there. That is a list of some of the biggest winners in the game.
It's one of my best tournament wins, to be honest. Just like obviously the run, gone up to the final and that. It's just needs pick up. To be honest,
I said to Ryan as well. I mean, if Ross gets over the line here, I said, and I hope he does. Obviously, I love you to bits. You know, we're good mates and that. And I said, I hope he does. But this will be one of the best wins. I mean, I've been involved in doing this TV stuff and the comms and whatever and looking through tournaments. But to run a player this is one of the best ones for me as a neutral that I've seen in a long time, mate.
Mate, I think it's like because I've not won anything for ages as well. Like I've had a few good runs. I got beat finally Scottish, I think semis the IPA. A couple of nice runs, but I've not won anything for a long time. So like to come through that field of players and then obviously win it like that is that's pretty special, mate.
I see a lot of the guys on the chat function here. Everybody rooting for you. Obviously there'll be people there that want to see Jake do better and that as well, but a lot of good comments, mate, and a lot of people kind of shouting for the rooftops, hoping that, because it has been, as you say, it's been a wee while since you've been at that stage where you're lifting the trophy, but it's not for lack of trying. I actually said yesterday, it's probably I know it's going to sound mad, but over the last while there was a lot of changes in your life, and I said I can see, it's as if I see the real Fernie back, and I don't know if that shows out in your pool, I don't know if it shows out in your life, but I just think you just have a wee bit extra about you now.
I think you're right, mate. I think that's maybe like, I feel like I'm a wee bit more settled, like at the table and off the table and that as well. So I'm starting to enjoy it a lot more. I think before I was just sort of turning up and playing the tournament, but now I'm like I'm sort of buzzing to go there and I'm just enjoying it. And I'm still thinking about that, to be honest.
Don't go to the karaoke, lads.
Yeah, get singing.
Robert.
You want me to sing?
Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Stephen.
Touching hands, reaching out. Let's go.
Robert, you just lost us 10 viewers in the space of 2 seconds there.
See you 10 cunts, I apologise.
Sorry about that, guys. Robert Stephen he's rather worse for wear.
He's had a few.
Aye. Ross, listen, I won't obviously keep you too long. I know you're itching to tan that pint that's just been put down next to you.
100%, that's happening, right? We've started a pram in there.
Guys, everybody that's tuned in over the weekend, McGoldrick Sports Bar, what a place. Belhaven Scottish Series Event 2. Ross Fernie, you are the champ. Well done, mate.
Cheers, Stevie, boy. Love you.
Legend.
Cheers, mate.
So thank you very much to everyone that's tuned in. As I say, RJM Sports, Onboard Sportswear, Coors, all the support that we get, the Players Lounge and McGoldrick's Sports Bar live in Scottish Cuesports streaming. I am Walker the Talker, and I will see you guys, and you will hear from me at the IPA next weekend. Thanks everybody for tuning in. It has been amazing. All legends. See you soon.